buenos días, muy bienvenidos a la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, los que nos acompañan en sala y nuestros acompañantes por los medios virtuales que estamos haciendo streaming desde la CEPAL. Hoy vamos a tener una jornada sobre economía circular, una estrategia transsectorial para el desarrollo sostenible. Y tenemos razones poderosas para convocar este tema el día de hoy. La CEPAL ha venido trabajando sobre los problemas que tiene nuestro modelo de desarrollo para poder alcanzar la Agenda 2030, y la información científica nos alerta con toda claridad, como lo ha hecho el IPCC recién la semana pasada, sobre la importancia de acelerar los procesos de descarbonización. Se nos está pasando la ventana de posibilidades de mantener la temperatura de la Tierra dentro de 1.5 grados de incremento, pero también estamos rebasando muchas otras fronteras ambientales del planeta, los ciclos del nitrógeno, los ciclos del fósforo, la pérdida catastrófica de la biodiversidad, la presión que estamos poniendo sobre los recursos naturales. Y la economía circular es una manera de aliviar esas presiones. Nosotros estamos conscientes de que este nivel de degradación está amenazando la viabilidad misma de nuestro sistema económico, de nuestra calidad de vida, de la reproducción de nuestras sociedades. Y en línea con ese ejercicio, la CEPAL estimó en la publicación El futuro que queremos y en ejercicios previos y posteriores, las tasas de crecimiento necesarias para poder satisfacer los requerimientos de la Agenda 2030. Y nos encontramos con una contradicción difícil de resolver. Si nosotros pudiéramos, si apuntáramos a resolver las brechas y las demandas sociales, tendríamos que tener una tasa de crecimiento muy dinámica de alrededor del 4%, y aún así nos costaría eliminar la pobreza. Tendríamos que hacer un esfuerzo de redistribución muy importante. Pero crecer a esa tasa es incompatible no solamente con el comportamiento histórico reciente de la región, en donde la tasa de crecimiento es alrededor del 2%, descontadas las crisis como la pandemia y otras. Apenas que nos permitiría poder tener un dinamismo exento del riesgo del sobreendeudamiento y los parones y arrancones que ha visto con demasiada frecuencia la región. Pero crecer incluso a esa tasa que nos permite financiar nuestro desarrollo es excesiva respecto de las metas que nos hemos dado en materia de contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas, que nos estarían exigiendo prácticamente no crecer. Entonces, ¿cómo resolver esta contradicción? La única alternativa que vemos en el horizonte es modificando la estructura que tenemos en América Latina para favorecer esos sectores que pueden ser intensos, más intensos en empleo, más intensos en inclusión social, que generan bienes públicos, capaces de ser producidos endógenamente en la región y que reduzcan o la necesidad de importar o que aumenten nuestra capacidad de exportar, y por otra parte que tengan menor huella ambiental, incluidas menores emisiones de CO2. Esa posibilidad está concentrada en un puñado de sectores que deberíamos estar favoreciendo mediante la articulación y la coherencia de las políticas públicas, las regulatorias, las fiscales, las financieras. ¿Cuáles son esos sectores que son capaces de reconciliar las metas de la Agenda 2030? Bueno, tenemos identificado el tránsito hacia las energías renovables, incluido el desarrollo de la economía de hidrógeno, por supuesto. Ya como lo hizo patente la pandemia, cerrar la brecha digital que aqueja a la región. Fortalecer la industria manufacturera de la salud. Fortalecer la economía del cuidado. Desarrollar las opciones que nos ofrece la bioeconomía y la sustentabilidad basada en la producción de servicios basados en la naturaleza, la recuperación sostenible del sector turístico o el fomento del turismo sostenible, y por supuesto la aplicación, el desarrollo del enfoque de la economía circular, que no está circunscrita a un sector, que es un enfoque que abarca al conjunto de la economía. Es un enfoque de transformación productiva que aplica una nueva lógica de producción y de consumo mediante la optimización en el uso de los recursos y su permanencia en la economía, que es la característica, diríamos, fundamental, mediante la innovación tecnológica y el desarrollo, por supuesto, de nuevos modelos de negocio. Este modelo estimula las cadenas de valor locales, reduce en cierta medida la dependencia de las cadenas globales, requiere de un mayor cuidado de los recursos físicos extraídos a lo largo de todos los eslabones de la cadena, así como de una homologación de los estándares de calidad de los materiales recuperados y extraídos para poder ampliar la escala de utilización de forma sistemática y sobre todo continuada. De ese modo, los modelos de negocios circulares permiten reducir la extracción de recursos y la dependencia de insumos importados en cadenas globales. En América Latina y el Caribe se está avanzando en una transición hacia la economía circular que va siendo acompañada de distintos marcos legales, de políticas y sistemas sectoriales que facilitan su implementación y de planes y estrategias de economía circular que vamos a poder ver durante el desarrollo del taller. Se han estimado incluso algunos efectos del cumplimiento de algunas metas de la economía circular. Vamos a ver casos. Jimmy Ferrer va a presentar más adelante un caso de reducción del 8% del uso de materiales plásticos y de hasta 5% de reducción en el uso de materiales metálicos en la construcción, con los efectos positivos que puede tener sobre los encadenamientos productivos, el empleo, las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Vemos grandes oportunidades de economía circular, por ejemplo.
Gases, and we have one of the major challenges in Latin America and the mobility for decarbonization. We have been able to identify, thanks to this cooperation with the German government, so reuse or the conversion towards the electric vehicles that allows you to capitalize all the elements with less cost for the users, for the operators of these vehicles, less footprint and less imported materials, and meeting the requirements by the Agenda 2030. In order to be successful, it depends very strongly on the policies that are going to be adopted at the national and international levels in order to allow these convergence between the public policy and the technological change. We're going to see different examples throughout the session for the technological change that require this adaptation of the public policy. Throughout the session that we are holding here in this event of the sustainable and intelligent or smart cities, we are going to show the state of the art of these initiatives that have been implemented in ECLAC, and some of them are part of the exercise that Chile has done as president of the COP21 that allowed to engage in this international dialogue for the fair transition. We're going to see a pioneer study where ECLAC studied the different flows of international trade related to the circular economy. On the other hand, we're going to see in the second block 5 or 6 initiatives that are enabled to process plastic, reuse the batteries, compost, and so on. In the third block, we will see the national experiences of Chile, Colombia, Argentina, the city of Buenos Aires, and Uruguay. They are going to comment on these different alignment of public policies. And in the fourth block, we're going to see examples of the international organizations for the creation of indicators in order to measure the progress made for circularity purposes for the economy. Circular economy. We are going to leave you these messages that it's possible to move forward toward this fostering of the sustainability based on the promotion of these key sectors and particularly highlighting the circular economy. I would like to thank the presence here of Mr. Thomas Smith, the Minister, Economic Minister, Mrs. Sanchez, the Director of the Natural Resources Department. Mr. Schmidt, you have the floor now. Yes, thank you, Mr. Jose Luis Samaniego, Mrs. Janet Sanchez, and the representatives, colleagues, and ECLAC members, dear representatives of the countries in the region, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fully pleased to open this event and to convey these words, and that has been organized by Germany and ECLAC in this strategy on the circular economy, which is cross-cutting for sustainable development. The pandemic had a very important effect on the initiatives for development and towards a more sustainable and fair world under different dimensions. And now we have to tackle this situation at the global level, and these recent challenges are adding up to the challenges we had beforehand, and that are the result of the climate change, and also considering the social and economic gaps. This has demonstrated that we have some shortcomings for the change of resources and values that are having an impact, particularly on the small and medium-sized enterprises. And vis-a-vis these situations, the ambitions of the 2030 agenda are becoming more important now. And at the same time, the interventions, coordinated interventions that can be transforming are required today for the economic recovery with the guarantee of no one being left behind. And the German cooperation for the sustainable development seeks to work on this and facing the um, political initiatives in the transition toward these models that are more sustainable. And through mechanisms of the cooperations that are powerful with the partners, including ECLAB, we would expect to contribute to these processes of regional integration and these changes that are required, and having also cooperation in different areas of public policy.
The project Inclusive Society, Cities, Intelligence, and Sustainable, the framework of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, is part of this strategic alliance between ECLAC and Germany. This project is based on the concept of leverage for sustainability, which aims at provoking a structural change towards a greener growth, inclusive through coordinated interventions of public policies. This is a call for joint action and also gathers interest of ECLAC with the German cooperation and the German government. Within that context, in terms of circular economy, this is extremely important, especially because of the cross-sectional nature towards economic sectors in the region as well as Europe. So through this, emissions, CO2 emissions are reduced, the economic growth is fostered, and new employment is provided. Circular economy promises a more sustainable management in line with the Green European Compact. In March 2020, the European Commission proposed the first package of measures to speed up transition towards a circular economy, as it was announced in the Action Plan for Circular Economy. This plan is in line with the objective of climate neutrality of the European Union by 2050. The proposals include promoting sustainable products, support to ecological transition, the regulations on construction projects, and a strategy for sustainable textiles. Following this proposal last November, the Commission proposed a new standard at the European Union scale. These include suggestions to improve the design of the packaging, such as clear labeling to promote reusing and recycling of the same. It also requires a transition towards biological-based plastic, which are compostable and biodegradable. As we all know, the ones who are working in the context of public policies to put the successful implementation forward, we need standards and regulations. And it is here where we have the roadmap of Germany in terms of standardization of circular economy that was published last January. This was developed by experts of the private sector, the academia, the public sector, and civil society, and sponsored by the German government. As part of this event today, we're going to discuss the state of the art of the national roadmaps and the national and regional strategies in line with the circular economy. We are going to know about national cases for developing and implementing technologies and policies within the context of the circular economy in the region. We expect to share with you experiences, best practices, and in light is such an important issue for both regions, working in partnerships, as well as the future of our planet, making contributions towards global decarbonization and fair transition. Dear friends, the strategic cooperation between ICLAC and Germany is a cooperation which has a trajectory for more than 40 years by now. It has been built based on good practices and mutual learning and a lot of trust. We are confident that the competences and the political commitment of ICLAC and Germany will be complementary for fair and better policies within the circular economy. I wish you all a very fruitful debate and very interesting debate today and tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas Schmidt, Minister, Councillor. And now we're going to give the floor to Madame Janet Sanchez, Director of Natural Resources Division at ICLAC. Thank you, Jose Luis. Special greetings to the Minister and my colleague, Jose Luis, and also all the attendees here. We're going to discuss today a very relevant issue which has a long way to go, and so it is necessary to take our first steps in meeting like these ones, which enable us to reflect upon and think of mechanisms and factors which can trigger speed processes in terms of making progress in the direction of looking for economic growth of natural resources, materials, and hydro energy. The extraction of materials has tripled over the last 50 years, and today we are facing a growing consumption of materials, something that we haven't seen throughout the human history. This is this extraction, we are contributing with the half of greenhouse gases and represents the 90% of the loss of biodiversity, and it contributes very substantially with 90% towards water stress. So the impact of these last stage of capitalism in terms of using materials and natural resources has taken us to this current situation. Energy transition that we are all looking for, and to reduce greenhouse gases and control climate change will request different minerals in a very explosive manner. According to the International Agency of Energy, they estimate that in less than 20 years, 40 times more lithium will be required, 27 times more cobalt, also 19 times more of nickel, and this as well as copper. As we know, Latin American people, that will represent a high pressure on our region, a pressure on our resources and on biodiversity, water, and other natural resources, which has direct relationship with all these extractions. In Latin America, over the last 20 years, the intensity of material has dropped as in the rest of the world, given the advent of new technologies, but there has no significant reduction in the intensity of materials extraction. In fact, over the last 20 years, the tonnage required for social and productive processes, tons of materials, increased from 11.4 metric tons per capita to 13 metric tons per capita. And so the pressure that we have on domestic consumption as well as for exports is very significant, and it has devastated impact, and it is essential then to think of possibilities to use those resources more rationally and to reduce these pressures on materials, energy, and water. And specifically, the pressure that we are experiencing in Latin America and the Caribbean. Circular economy is, in fact, a category that provide us with important set of regulations to improve efficiency in terms of materials, water, energy, and although theoretically this is not a category that appears to be logic because of the presence of entropy, we need to know that we have to know that we need to reduce the use and abuse of materials, energy, and water, and we need to consider also that the ones who are studying these topics, and especially physicists, will tell us the circular economy probably doesn't exist, that it is philanthropic, especially industrial economy. But for the ones who are embedded in this tasks of public policies, we know that this is an important concept to order public policies and to make a rational use of water, materials, and energy, which will contribute to separate the use of this with production, and especially the use of materials related to this. we have opportunities and divided in different fields to use the materials in a more rational way, provided that these rational use are in line with the vision of the material cycle, the entire material cycle, and natural resource cycle, and provided that it can be adequately used and not just greenwashing and marketing concept of companies. So it is essential then that the control bodies, that agencies, regulatory agencies, take due care to the material use and especially natural resources used. In the case of the mining sector, we can, of course, we're not going to say that there is a circular economy in the mining sector, but we can say that many actions that they are undertaking in these activities may have a logic of circular economy, and they may reduce the environmental liabilities and to improve the use of the materials and water and energy they consume to reduce pressure on these extraction activities with the proper managing of resources, water, and energy. There are also good practices in the use of on the sanitation waters and sewage waters, and we have made a research in 5 countries and more than 70 municipalities. They have identified that by using a recycling sewage waters, we can reduce the costs for water treatment to the half. Knowing that sewage waters and black waters in general and energy represent the 40% of the cost in producing potable water,
podríamos disminuir esos costos.
and so we could reduce those costs to the half and reduce methane emissions. And then we can provide a series of examples in line with developing or going ahead with research in different sectors. We also have good practices which are emerging in different countries. And here in the host country, Chile, we have good practices which has prompted a law to have the proper regulations and standards, because this is still a concept which is managed based on the goodwill of some companies and in terms of providing a positive image and in the best of the cases, real commitment to reduce impact prompted by productive activities on biodiversity. And so the commitment and responsibility should be shared with the public sector and with the state. In Chile, we have a specific law on circular economy, which provide us with some criteria and some elements to manage all these processes. A new technological center for circular economy has been established for research, monitoring, and I think that this is a milestone in terms of public policies and actions taken by the Chilean government, which should be replicated. This is too soon to make an assessment, but this is a good sign, and this is an important step. So initiatives of circular economy shouldn't be just based on goodwill of some companies, but a real commitment and responsibility for the common welfare taken by the different stakeholders, whether the public sector or private sector. To close, to think of a transition towards a circular economy will be an essential contribution against the climate change and pollution, will also be a contribution towards protecting biodiversity and recovery of natural resources. We require innovative public policies because this is a new field for the humanity in general. They should be more effective to um, reach our goals, which should be more aggressive in terms of the use of materials, water, and energy in a region which has been blessed by the natural resources, but because of the productive specialization and the commitment with exports, and also facing this new stage of energy transition, especially in this region, we need to be especially cautious, and we need to be very attentive and to create uh, uh, these spaces to practice good practices, and where innovation and knowledge of these practices, which are at the vanguard today. There's not much written material about this, but we need to create in the region with relevant stakeholders and the governments spaces like this one, which are very important to discuss these topics. And wish you the best and a very fruitful sessions. And your contributions, your discussions will be very important because we are now paving the way on this task, and this is very logical to make progress in Latin America about circular economy. Thank you. Thank you, Janet. You will help us a lot. And with this, we're going to be finishing the opening ceremony. We will begin with block number 1, which is the state of knowledge or progress of circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm Jose Luis Samaniego. I will begin with the first presentation. I'm Director of Sustainable and Development and Human Settlement Division at ICLAC. What I'm going to present today is part of the recent publication of last December 2022, where we are revisiting the roadmap of content for circular economy that we have now here for Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a typical topic. There's not much written information, difficult to compare, and the effort that has been made in these publications is to provide an order to the national circular economy strategies. Not all sectors go into the same directions. Not all of them are helping us to go towards 2030 agenda. As Janet said, we need we're superimposing some aspects where we have no dematerialization of digitalization, but a second layer of extraction that is superimposed to the old level of extractivism. The appearance of services as a growing modern sector, this is not dematerialized. No, we are materializing even more. And so what to do? This is a dilemma in the general development. We're increasing those sectors which are taking us to 2030 agenda. At the same time, we're reducing those sectors which are not inclusive, which are not job intensive, and that make us to depend on imports basically. And this is the main dilemma of going towards sustainable development. Coherence of policies should take us to, well, we have identified 15 different aspects and that we have presented to the Ibero-American Summit of President Summit, and you see the hydrogen economy and others which are not mentioned with enough detail here, but you can see this aid where we can highlight circular economy, where we can go very easily to 2030 agenda and to go to the second stage of materiality. We have carried out different types of exercise. We have been pioneers in terms of how to focus sustainability. And what you are reading here is what would happen if in Latin America we could recycle the equivalent of what is recycled today in Germany. At a term, we will have 400,000 employment over the number that we have today. And this is not so much, but we have seen what had happened with the GDP, with the downward trends, and so this contribution was very welcome. But this is not only the result of circular economy approach, but a set of sectors that will lead us to a more sustainable development. Here you can read 3 types of insertion of circular economy in the economy. Where there's no much articulation, we have called this independent sector. Another case where we have this as a promoter of the sector, creating backward and forward activities. And then what is very clear in the case of Germany, this key sector where we have backward connection, where we have a multiplication of the product. I mean, no, this is forward, where each unit of increase in the circular economy create linkages in terms of reductions in downstream direction. So if this is linking 1.6, that means that there are a lot of forward linking. There will be a lot of demands of the products from circular economy. And then when we have a demand multiplier, that sector takes from the other sectors to produce these new materials. In the case of Germany, I mean, for each percentage increase, the multiplier is 2. In terms of the average multiplier is 1.73. So this is creating more backward dynamism. So in the case of Germany, this is a key sector. When we see the cases of Latin America, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, we can see that in Chile and in Colombia, linkages backwards and forwards, these are rather independent and needs to be integrated to other value chains. The same happened in the case of Colombia, but in Chile and not in Mexico. This is lower. This is this. I mean, there is demand for the products coming from circular economy, although there is a lower level of backward linkages, so that requires that demands less of other sectors compared to the average in the economy. But in the case of Germany, there's no key sector like in the case of Germany. So this is an indication how to use recycling material, and this is promoted to justify this product. And as long as the circular economy is now being fed by other sectors, we'll have more backward linkages, and this will be a key aspect in our economy. The other exercise will be presented here by Chile, and where we could determine not only linkages, but also the increase in employment and reduction in terms of use of materials. We said that the main object of the circular economy, apart from being a productive transformation model, applying a new logics, is looking for the optimization and permanence of resources in the economy, that they are coming back continuously. There are some debates about this, yes. Janet told us about that. We cannot avoid entropy. There's always the discussion, and it says that without energy, there's no, an agile economy, and this is not a desirable situation. And so what is desirable is not to have obsolescence, and the materials are kept within the economy. What are we revisiting? We are revisiting the strategies of 8 countries. Chile has 2 strategies, one that is general, another one is a roadmap by 2040, but another for residues, specifically for the construction and demolition of part of the circular economy.
So we have 9 strategies for countries such as Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Peru, 2 for Chile, 1 for Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina. Hard to compare, we said. Therefore, we had to develop a methodology that would allow us to see in a more systematic fashion what is being presented with those strategies. And these are the main pillars that we identified. You can see that there's a higher weighting, the whole approach of trying to harmonize and to cause of governance, of financing, regulation, and public policy is more consistent. Secondly, with the innovation policies in the areas of circular economy, we'll see that some of them are quite interesting. Strong focus on building a citizens' culture regarding circular economy, and also another significant focused on territorial policies, that cities should have circular economy strategies. This in itself is interesting because it allows us to compare the evolution of these strategies, and we could give you some examples at this aggregated level. For example, in terms of overall goals or strategies, the case of Uruguay, which is driving circular economy within the context of sustainable development in the country. Well, that's been articulated in a more generic view, not sector by sector. In the case of sectoral goals, because it's not only about the main action of goals and public policy, it also focuses on specific industries, and there are goals, for example, for waste recycling, the progress in terms of energy efficiency, for construction, etc. In some cases, there's a greater detail for the instruments that can be applied regarding initiatives. In other cases, there are important emphases on who are the authorities in charge of applying or enforcing the different pillars of this circular economy. Here, what I have on the right of the slide, we have the same diagram, and now we will look at the sub area of public policy and finances, and it's broken down into several aspects. The strongest one is the development and updating of the regulatory frameworks and the technical guidelines regarding circular economy. If we do not have a regulatory framework in place, we'll find a huge barrier to be able to fund and to be able to have the necessary capital, to find the necessary insurance, so that the private sector built into the circular economy. We see this in all countries in Latin America. For example, in the case of CC, what the Council said, because regarding, for example, converted vehicles from internal combustion engines to electrical. There's legislation regarding quality, but there's no legislation that foster conversion regarding the existing fleet. Since it's not necessarily banned. In Chile, it is banned, but in other countries, it's not prohibited since it's not explicit in the law. It is very difficult for a bank to fund something that is not regulated, for insurers to insure something that is not being regulated, and investors to actually invest in this field, although it may be tolerated. But we need the framework to be up to date so that that industry can grow. So reasonably, there's an emphasis on developing legal frameworks. Then the implementation of economic instruments, subsidies, tax reliefs, temporary tariff exemptions, etc. The articulation of sectors are key for circular economy, strengthening capacities, basic circular economy projects, and finally the alignment between or among agendas, frameworks, and circular economy policies nationally and internationally. Very underestimated, I would say, because we find, for example, now following up the case of the car or vehicle conversion, which is key, quite attractive, by the way. There's no alignment, for example, between the climate strategies. We don't know how much they contributed to the, they're not aligned with the urban decarbonization plans. So I think there should be an alignment among the different programs that would add consistency to the whole package and a sense of urgency to the different interventions. In the innovation area, I keep the overall pie chart that are very interesting aspects. I don't want to skip this because it's important. In the public policy chart, this is what Janet said: regulatory frameworks to be able to reuse wastewater, using the public purchasing capacity of the state with the circular economy criteria. Legislation that will facilitate or foster foreign investment on the economies, or the regulation that will allow for internal markets to be built. Examples of this sub-axis in the sub-axis of innovation. Of course, we have research and development and innovation models in circular economy, where there are some interesting examples. For example, Uruguay. The idea is to have a bioeconomy technological center. Jeanette also mentioned the example of Chile. Ecuador is trying to develop industrial symbiosis in which waste from one becomes the input for others. Colombia is trying for that to happen with waste coming from construction industry. And Brazil is trying for that industrial symbiosis approach to happen for the use of wastewater. There's another aspect, which is the creation of a circularity culture in which we have these two aspects: citizens' habits and communication and dissemination strategy. And some examples within this sub-axis of generation of a circular culture. For example, in Peru, the idea of focusing on education and communication regarding sustainable use and awareness. In the case of Uruguay, strengthening capacities. In Chile, school communities are the focus. For example, the use of technology platforms and digital transformation tools. In the case of Chile, Costa Rica is looking to develop digital applications to highlight areas of preservation and landscape preservation. So there's a concrete effort. In the case of the circular cities, so access 11% of the strategies. For example, consider mm, the urban design in such a way that will foster circularity so that it looks like biological systems where there's no waste, but they become inputs for other sectors, which is what Costa Rica is looking for. Chile is looking to reactivate cities through circular economy approaches. And in the field of metrics towards circular economy transition, for example, Argentina is thinking of developing circular economy indicators and process certification indicators. Ecuador is thinking of building databases that can be accessed about circular economy. Peru is thinking of having a baseline of circularity nationwide, and Buenos Aires will tell us about their efforts for having a baseline at a specific level of the city of Buenos Aires. This is then a general view of the circularity strategies by country. Here you can see that not all strategies share the same industries or sectors. They have different balances and different emphases, but we already have a first logical approach that would allow us to keep comparing their evolution in time and where are the gaps in the different strategies in which through regional work we could probably aspire to make them harmonize in time. We said that not only public policy across the board, also sectors are here. You see here the one about waste is very much highlighted here, and this somehow is a it's not really desirable because the waste sector, household waste, cannot actually deal with the whole burden of the transition towards circularity. That has to be dealt with by all the other sectors. So this shows the bias that still exists culturally, thinking of circular economy as if it were the adequate management of waste. It's not the case. It goes from the industrial process design down to adequate waste management, but not only that. But so let's hope that this will change in time so that we can achieve something much more balanced. So these sectors were classified according to what's usually used in the TRIP, which is the International Standardized Industrial Classification for Economic Activities. That is comparable with other efforts. What can we show as an illustration in the case of the different industries? For example, in agriculture, livestock, and fisheries, the quest is to lower the barriers for the use of biomass in some of those priority sectors. This happens in Colombia, for example, looking for pilots for improvement of water consumption or the way in which water is used in farming with certain crops, such as the case of Colombia. The case of industry, looking in Uruguay, for example, a transition in the industrial sector specifically. The case of Brazil, introducing also into the manufacturing industry some design criteria that will help transition to circularity. The case of Colombia, they're fostering the provision of energy services that will increase efficiency in using energy and energy efficiency. These are companies that are funded by energy savings. The idea is to regulate the use of biomethane in the case of Brazil as a supplement to the legislation that already exists in order to use biodiesel. In the case of transportation, there are examples to foster the use of electric vehicles, such as the case of Uruguay, in the case of Ecuador, anticipating technology changes, in the case of cities, thinking of changes in infrastructure and equipment, such as the case of Chile, for example. We work also as part of this publication on a global indicator regarding innovation, considering these 84 indicators that consider these variables, institutions and regulatory framework, human capital, sophistication of the market, knowledge building. Chile, Brazil, and Mexico are among the top 60. It's not honorable, I would say, but they are the ones who are leading the ranking for Latin America. And for sure, the region as a whole has not changed significantly in terms of innovation. Historically, we've been stagnant in those ranking places. There's open debate regarding why innovation is weak in Latin America. There are structural explanations to that. We have a productive structure that relies very much on primary resources, and those are not favorite candidates to innovation. It is also said that we invest little in development of this. The third hypothesis saying that natural resources profitability is so high that it doesn't really matter, but basically using technologies that already exist, either because the public sector doesn't necessarily focus or because infrastructure doesn't need innovation, or because profitability is enough already. That means that innovation is not necessary. Well, what's true is that this region doesn't do much innovation. The region invests approximately 0.6% of its GDP, dates back to 2018 in terms of research and development, whereas OECD countries with a different economic structure and exporting structure, they invest 4 times more than what is embedded in Latin America and the Caribbean. 2.4% of their GDP is invested on that. Now, if we were to strengthen policies to foster circularity, we could have systemic effects that are shared with the 2030 agenda, 2.4 to up to 2.4% of GDP growth, up to 2% of new jobs, and the economies would be created. And other studies, for example, the link between CAF, ICMAC, and OECD, they estimate that in a green transition could generate up to 10.5% more net jobs in the economy. And of course, in the case of circular economy, especially with this bias we have towards adequate waste management, it is quite evident that there's a need for transition to circular economy. This is seen as a fair acquisition framework in which people are trained so that we are not necessarily taking their livelihoods away, but we have the creation of formal jobs instead, and at the same time protecting the environment and also protecting the economy, our currencies, and sustainable development. I'm closing here, Janet. Thank you very much. And you are in charge of the rest of the segment. Okay, thank you very much, Jose Luis. Great presentation. I'm surprised about the number of cases that we do not know, or we didn't know that existed in the region. Excellent work of the division in having processed the initiatives that are happening in Latin America at different levels. So without further, we're going to offer the floor to Jimmy Ferrer. He is the Economic Affairs Officer of the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division at ICMAC, who will make a presentation especially based on a modeling study on the macroeconomic effects of the transition to circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, cases from Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. Jimmy, you have the floor, and you have about 10 minutes, please. Well, 12 minutes. Okay, thank you, Janet, and also I'd like to thank the colleagues that are here present. I'm glad that we're all here discussing this topic that Jose Luis mentioned, the context of the 2030 agenda. Please, if you could show the first slide. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, the discussion here, as Jose Luis already anticipated, has to do with the view from ICLAC of dealing with this topic of development, not only as an economic topic, but as sustainable development, again, which the three spheres of development can contribute from the point of view of public policy in terms of how to close these three gaps the region faces. Just to mention, the COVID crisis left the region with a high negative indicators in terms of economic growth, with poor uh, and job creation indicators, and then the context of war between Ukraine and Russia that has also left a significant impact in terms of unemployment, lack of products, and high degrees of inflation. The environmental crisis for the region is quite evident. We see that in spite of the fact that in the region, some countries have already submitted their proposal for GHGs reduction, we already see that the rate at which economies are decarbonized is not enough to be able to meet the Paris Agreement goals. Um, the idea would be to rethink the type of growth that is happening in the region and globally. And so the idea is to rethink of growth, considering the infrastructure in which we are investing, that should also focus on their impacts on the environment, on health, on housing, what is the impact on jobs creation, and also and social organization in general. This also means that we need to consider important reforms in terms of how the economic and productive system works, how the financial system works, and how this is reflected in public and private investments so that they are in tune with the decarbonization of economies in our region. The good news, though, is that there are options that may be consistent with the economic and social and environmental agendas. As we already heard, last week, ICLAC submitted at the Ibero-American Summit a proposal not only for certain industries, but opportunities that will allow us to make progress in the areas of economy enrichment, but the collaboration among different industries, but also considering sustainable development among those sectors. Of course, that considers circular economy, but also the energy agenda in terms of more penetration of renewables, green hydrogen, lithium, electromobility, which can establish a number of synergies with circular economy and bioeconomy. This will not allow us to progress at the rate we need if it is not connected with fiscal and industrial policies. These need fiscal frameworks that generate the incentives to accelerate the introduction to a larger degree of the circular economy. Having said that, we wanted to say, or we wanted to work on in the context of circular economies to see how these sectors shown here that ICLAC has proposed to make progress in the social, environmental, and economic agendas. What can be those numbers or those figures, or what can be their contribution to the improvement of the economy, larger growth of the jobs market, and also reducing the environmental footprint. And in the framework of the work we did with the Chilean government, and thanks to the contribution of the European community when COP25 took place, is how to modulate those effects in a larger transition to circular economy. And we took countries in the Pacific Alliance as the ministries of the environment of Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and Chile were part of it. So the idea was to look for sectors or key activities that were already working and to model their impacts. So we know transition to circular economy will bring about costs, not only benefits. And the idea is to find out what are those sectors that gain and lose, and what is the aggregate figure after all. The objective as such was to look for the interrelations in the end consumer patterns and production, as well as the intersectorial relationships among certain inputs that they will stop needing if we go into circular economy. The work is not about evaluating the effectiveness of the use of some public policy instruments, but the purpose is to use certain instruments and to achieve certain goals. Those goals were simulated, and we can see those effects on macroeconomic variables. The idea was to start working on input-output matrices of the countries. Some interesting sectors were chosen for the countries. The idea was also to consider the peculiarities of certain countries, but a compatible scenario was presented in terms of country comparisons. I will not focus on the methodology. We used the input-output matrices. We took European countries as benchmarks to consider a similar situation compared to the Pacific Alliance countries. We determined what were the changes in the technical factors by introducing circular economy factors, and those change percentages were the ones included in the input-output matrices of these 4 countries. These scenarios that were modeled focused on the results starting from certain materials use percentage, such as metal, plastic, construction materials, and also oil-based fuels, depending on the characteristics of each country and their interests. For Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru, we model certain percentages according to what these countries were doing. At the same time, we made a comparison to look at the result in also moderate scenarios or conservative scenarios to look at the variables that we were interested in researching. The result that is obtained is to see that transition, after all, will have certain costs for certain industries. In the document, you will be able to find the result for each country broken down by industry and by sector. This is a snapshot of an aggregate time because we have limited time for this presentation. The good news is that the results is going in the right direction, that there's a certain growth or a contribution to the GDP growth that is growing between 0.8% to 2.4% from 2022 to 2030. If these materials use goals were to be achieved in these countries. In the case of employment, there's also a gain that ranges between 1.1% and 1.9% in the same period. In the case of reducing GHGs, it's quite heterogeneous. Even in the case of Peru, there's an increase in GHG emissions because of the energy mix in that country. In the case of Chile, there's a significant reduction in emissions of 6.7%. And what we found here is that there's gains in terms of job creations, contribution to GDP, and also emissions reduction. That, in terms of public policy, it's an important piece of news because, as Jose Luis just mentioned, countries are making progress in their roadmaps and strategies. However, we still believe there's room for a better insertion into circular economy. There's still room so that working in coordination with larger economic incentives or more fiscal maneuverability and financial instruments, so we could make some more progress in those countries in this field, and why not showing these results regarding contributions to job creation and GDP. So we believe that training is needed in the countries in terms of how to use these results. And we believe this document that we have submitted is also coupled with a tool that allows you to model what I've just presented very quickly here. This tool was developed in an easy to use Excel format that has all the data uploaded for the Pacific Alliance countries, but that can be fed with data from the different countries that would like to work on this topic supported by ECLAC. And this tool has a tutorial that teaches you how to use it, what are the variables that can be modified, or the results that can be obtained. The publication is available outside. There are some documents we can share with you. And just as a final thought to leave you with, just to tell you that first thing, we are not starting from scratch. I think in the region, then we'll discuss this throughout the day. There's important significant progress in strategies, public policy, incentives to make more progress regarding circular economy. The numbers of this study, which is a pioneering study for the region, shows that there are multiplying positive effects on jobs and GDP, that are reductions and contributions to the achievement of emissions reductions goals in the region. But we also believe that although there are certain roadmaps and certain strategies at a country level, this needs to be supplemented, though, with larger efforts in fiscal terms, so that more incentives can be provided so circular economy can penetrate more nationally as well as locally. So those incentives are needed in terms of funding and infrastructure. And I believe José Luis mentioned in his presentation, not in all cases the regulatory framework is favorable to promote the acceleration of circular economy in the countries in this region. The case of Chile, for example, besides electromobility, José Luis said it, there's a certain barrier to be able to accelerate electromobility, mostly with the technology by retrofitting cars. In itself, that is a huge opportunity for circular economy, and in terms of not turning a number of cars into scrap that will have to be replaced as the car fleet is electrified in the country. We believe the regulatory framework could help accelerate these processes. Now, in terms of funding, I believe it's going to be very important. And I link this with the social agenda in terms of circular economy and leveraging waste that is produced. Of course, countries um, have a certain degree of informality, and the fact of being able to make progress in circularity will allow us to create more and more businesses that could be formalized to build good jobs, create new good jobs, and also take some people out of the informality, people who actually devote their time to that. I would stop here and I would invite you to check the document that is available on the webpage. And it's also going to be available through a link in the presentation, and you'll find more details about what is happening in each industry, each country, what they lose and what they gain, both in terms of GDP, imports, exports, and job creation.
Well, thank you so much, Ginny. Undoubtedly, this is an important contribution, and it's really leading the way and contributing towards the analysis instruments and the quantification that is required in order to have a broader understanding and data and information so that the decision makers can see the advantages that circular economy can provide. And of course, trying to create some further common goals. Thank you so much then. Let us go now to Nano Mulder. He is the head of the International Trade Unit here at ICLAC in the International Trade Division, and he will share a presentation on circular economy and international trade in the region. Nano, the floor is yours. Well, thank you so much, Janet, for that introduction and for allowing me to participate in these two very important days. I'm very glad that we have space in order to support international trade in this transition towards circular economy in Latin America. And this is simply because the economies are not fully autonomously operating, but all of the countries are both exporters as well as importers of large amounts of different materials. And as a task, as a goal, we have then the goal of establishing circularity, not only on the things that we produce, thinking about exporting then what's going to happen with those goods, but also with all of the materials that we import, what happens with those materials in our territory. So in these 10 minutes, I would like to address precisely some of these topics. And I would also like to mention that this work is quite new in the division. We have a full chapter the year before last that was put together on the perspectives of international trade on circular economy and how international trade can contribute towards this circular economy planning. And I would like to mention here two colleagues that are here in the room. Olmos, who is with us, she's worked a lot, and also Manuel from UNUDI here in the Southern Cone, and we have been working together on several of these aspects. So what you can see here on this particular slide is precisely a circular economy and the different aspects. And as you can see with the arrows here, you can see how circular economy can contribute towards this transition. So
The trade of waste materials, which is sometimes emphasized in circular economy, is here with a gray arrow, and that allows for the recycling in other countries. If one country does not have the necessary technologies or the necessary scale in order to use the waste products, then we have the green arrow, which precisely illustrates how trade can have a broader aspects for recycled goods coming from resources that have been put together through waste products. And we have the orange arrow, which is the trade of used goods remanufactured in other countries, thus expanding the markets. And lastly, we have the red arrow, which is precisely new service models that allowed for the replacement of physical goods for these other goods by using a platform like, for example, the case of Uber or Airbnb, which are new platforms that allows for the temporary rent of a physical good. So unlike other analysis areas that do not have the important data or basis, international trade has an important advantage, which we have a detailed databases, which is known as the harmonized system with thousands of products. And through this classification, we can follow in time the flows of some circular goods. And here on this slide, you can see precisely different categories and the examples of each of them. And we have a division, which is that dotted red line, which divides categories that can be clearly identified in international trade, and other categories, which is below the dotted line, which refers to goods that are still very difficult to identify in their flow. So by just looking at this very quickly, for example, non-biological waste, for example, soy cakes or metals, like for example, copper or other metals too, that have that are precisely very well identified. Or also agricultural waste, for example, from fishing, from livestock farming, which have clear identifiers in the system. But below the dotted line, we have several categories of used goods, recycled goods, and also retrofitted, reconditioned, remanufactured goods. And it's very difficult to identify those. In fact, we had reform on the harmonized system, which moves forward a little bit on, at least on the electronic goods sector. And that is some progress, but still there are many areas that have not been well identified. So the data analysis that we have carried out shows us this. And there is good news in the following sense that both worldwide as well as in Latin America, the traded volumes of goods that could potentially be circular, because it also includes waste that we don't know what's going to happen towards the end of after they have been imported if they're part of the productive section, or if they are going to be sent to a landfill. But we think positively and that they can be recycled, and the volumes worldwide and in Latin America have grown dramatically in this last decade from 2009 to 2019. And if we compare the categories and the products that are being exported from Latin America and also worldwide, we see an important difference. Worldwide, for example, the biggest one is waste to be recycled, mostly metals, copper, aluminium mostly. When we go to Latin America and we look at the exports of the region, then the most predominant one is waste to be recovered, especially biological. And there we have soy cakes that are made, for example, from these waste products is one of these categories that is more prevalent in Latin America. Then when we go to the main exporters to the exporting markets, and also the origin of these exports in Latin America, we can see the European Union and ASEAN are the destinations where the Latin American exports go towards. These are products that are part of the circular economy. And as I have mentioned, it is mostly this soy complex, which is very important and which is used mostly as food or feed for livestock like pigs. Is a very important food feed for them, and also in the ASEAN market. When we talk about imports, where Latin America is importing from products from the circular economy, mostly they come from the United States and then from the very same region. Now, from the United States, we import, well, the biggest importer is Mexico, and these are bilateral production chains, which are an important articulator in these complexes to import used machineries and other goods that are often used in Mexico, but also in Central America for production purposes. The products, well, we've already mentioned them. But something that I did want to highlight, which is rather important, is that used products are also an important category when we look at a bilateral trade between the United States and the European Union and the region. And the big advantage that we have when looking at these two is that we have a detailed classification. In the case of the United States, we have up to 10 digits, and in the European Union is 8 digits, and this allows us to identify used products that the harmonized system does not allow us to identify. And in those specific cases, the case of the United States, we can see that several used products in the United States go to the region, and the same happens with the European Union. Yet when we look at how much the United States represents and the European Union, well, the United States is about 70% of the origin of the imported goods, and the European Union only 3%. So the biggest case here is the United States, and the used products are still a small percentage. Now, looking at the main exporters and importers in the region, exporters are precisely related to soy oil extraction. Well, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico is in third place. And these are not agricultural products, but more related to the soy industry, but also metals. Metals and importers, as I have mentioned here, Mexico and Colombia are ranked first and second. And another interesting case that we checked together with Manuel is the example of the forestry, paper, and carton value chain. Worldwide and in Latin America, there is an expanding, a larger use of products that come from circular origins. So here, mostly it's a pulp elaborated from paper and carton, and also cycle, what's known as the testliners. And when we look at the exports, we can see that there is an upward trend, yet the percentage of those is still, that is recycled, is only between 3 to 6% in terms of the content in the final the products. So in closing, this is like a roadmap that we have put together in the perspectives and the report also on how to move forward to try to have a larger support from international trade towards this transition towards a circular economy. And it requires these three main actions: developing companies and circular products for national and international markets at the same time. And Jose Luis' presentation is precisely an important step in order to develop national markets for circular products. Once having achieved a big enough scale, it can then be exported towards other countries or other continents. But there are important examples of companies that are born with an international scope. So they not only look at the national market, but also the international market, and it allows them to expand much quicker. There's another important topic here, which currently it's a limiting factor, which is the international technical standards, which normally limit the potential of circular products to penetrate other markets. And lastly, we have the regional value chains and the world value chains, which still include a limited level of circularity, a limited level of actions, especially by the transnational companies, which also demand the links upstream to introduce circular solutions. They can be very important articulators together with public policies. And well, in closing, I just want to say that we're also working on two studies, one on the trade of plastics, and the other one is another one that we're going to be launching soon on the textile and clothing, secondhand used in Latin America. And the big message is that Latin America, in the meantime, still suffers what can be called a waste colonialism, where Latin America is precisely one of the big receivers of important amounts of waste, not only clothing, but also plastics. Hence, there is an urgency so that we work with the northern countries that are sending this waste, but also other countries in Latin America, in order to try and establish a circularity of those waste so that we can send those weights or that we send only clothing, or that we trade only with clothing, apparel, and plastics that can actually be used in the circular economy for example, providing the most vulnerable sectors in society. Thank you so much, Janet. Well, thank you, Nano. It has been excellent to see in these two cases how we can build and put together information. I feel quite fortunate that this organization is precisely opening up the pathways, and especially given the restrictions that we have when it comes to developing data and developing information, for us to have a clear status of the situation, not only in terms of national economies, but also international trade, and the way that this important dimension is the dimension in the economy is evolving in trying to move towards a circular economy. We will now take a look then at the next presentation from Francisca Astaburuaga. She is the director of the Innovation Center at Universidad del Desarrollo. It's a very important initiative that she will share with us, and it's part of the Declaration of Circular Cities, which are also leading the way here in terms of initiatives in Latin America. So this is a presentation which is more than welcome. She will be talking to us about these circular cities in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how to move towards a new paradigm for sustainable or urban development. So Francisca, the floor is yours. Well, thank you, Janet, and I would like to thank ECLAC also for having invited me. We're very happy to be able to participate as a part of the academia, but together with the industry, transnational companies, in trying to promote a topic which we believe is a priority for the territorial development, but also for the habitat that we as human beings are using on a daily basis. I would like to start by sharing with you this study. First, by thanking the team that has developed it, from ECLAC, Jose Luis, Stephanie Rondon, from Enel, Luca Meini, Natalia Correa, among others, and from Universidad del Desarrollo, the team from Felipe Artiaga, Catalina Millán, and others. They have all participated in this work that we did with the cities that have subscribed to the Circular City Declaration. The purpose, then, of this study is to provide a reference framework for the teams in municipalities, that is to say, local teams of the subscribing cities. So in this sense, then, we have put together material that can be accessed by professionals working in different sizes cities, sometimes with different levels of access to information, and providing all the terms that exist and that have been developed much in detail, but in a language that is understandable by different municipal teams. We understand that the region is quite diverse in terms of the size of the cities, but also the complexity of their different governments. So the main objective here is to promote this knowledge, the concept of circular cities, and to take a look at the implementation and progress that cities have implemented in circularity at different levels, but also identifying certain priorities that could be a guide for the cities that have subscribed and the future signatory cities in order to move forward in this topic in their territories. So the document has three parts. It starts by explaining with a simple approach the concept and the benefits of urban circularity within the framework of sustainable urban development. Then it presents the implementation in the cities that have signed the declaration, and then it gives a guide of priorities with a focus on local governments and how they could address that topic in their different scopes of action. We do understand the priority of addressing circularity within the context of cities because, as it has already been mentioned, cities provide a certain level of advantage in order to implement this because they concentrate a large population, hence they concentrate economic activity and productive systems. If we understand this, then we know that they also concentrate emissions, and it is the place where we have social interaction. So this is where conflicts may also arise. So addressing this at a city scale has the potential of producing certain synergies between the production systems, interacting social groups also, and therefore have an important real impact on the people that live therein. This then is a systemic approach. It's a model, it's a territory where all the elements that have been developed and have been presented by Nano and by Jimmy can be implemented. So we screened some international cities and we took a look at some of the important emphases. For example, there are some that have development of institutionality to implement circularity, others that put their focus on business innovation as a strategy, and then Amsterdam, for example, has all of the elements distributed in the territory and creates this synergy and linking by understanding that there are different industries that cannot coexist if they do not collaborate, but also spaces within the city where this can be done more efficiently. Or the flows of material, for example, that are non-organic on the one hand, but also organic materials that are related to the rural territory. So the signatory cities of Latin America and the Caribbean, which are well acquainted with, we have Mexico, we have Bogota, we have Lima, In Chile, we have Quillota, Santiago, and in Argentina, Buenos Aires. So we established a contact with these cities. We had seminars and conversations and discussions in order to share the different progress, to share the different question marks that they have too, but understanding the peculiarities of Latin American cities within the context of circular economy. These are cities that are constantly undergoing transformation. They have an important dependency on extraction-based economies, and therefore, there is one important issue that has to do with the primary resources, because these are cities that have fluctuating growth rates, but also informal sectors that are quite prevalent, and that implies that there is a social inequality. But they are also quite dynamic. They have flexibility and the possibility of transformation, which we see as an opportunity for implementing circularity in certain aspects, understanding that there has to be a national, a clear public policy, but there is also a social urban mesh that allows us to implement different strategies and also adapting with the informality, thus creating a synergy that can be very positive. Here, some of the application sectors within the city, they are also part of what we have explained. We've talked about this. So they are divided in six groups so that the cities can also see how these topics can be worked on. Mobility, and I'm going to be very brief because most of the people are well acquainted with this. But in mobility, for example, it has to do with efficiencies of the system, coverage, and transportation time. How they can be, how we can have less contamination, electromobility of the fleets, and all of the other economies that are linked to electromobility. Shared mobility, but also the reuse or retrofitting of vehicles and materials. In terms of energy, electrifying the network, decarbonization, flexible management of networks, and also digitalization in order to have data, in order to implement efficient policies. Construction, well, certificate, revaluation of waste and recovery of waste, but also households, how the houses are managed more efficiently, technology and innovation, and how to have a key infrastructure, how they are built, but also how they enable certain flows of different materials. In terms of food, this is something that we also see. It's one of the areas of work: reduction of losses, innovation in the logistics chain, local production, and also regenerative production and industrial synergies. In manufacture, how we can certify the inputs or how we can extend the useful life of the materials that are being imported or exported. Also, how we can create synergies, synergic projects, but how also from the consumer to the user, the borders are shifting, and we are creating a new model altogether. In household waste, we believe that cities can have a better participation here, and that in the future this will expand a lot more. How we can create incentives in order to reduce, reuse, recycle, also recovering organic waste, how to create the synergies between urban and rural areas, and how the extended producer responsibility is being implemented. We're going to then talk about these different types of implementation, but we believe that here there are possibilities for the cities to take a look at ideas and other initiatives and how public policies are implemented, how we have financial incentives, or even the incentives that they are providing as a city for their communities in order to move towards a circular economy. So in terms of the cities, well, obviously you have access to this study, but each of these cities have a national framework to move towards circularity, which gives a general framework for public policies. In Bogota, there's an important development of the circular strategy. they have very proudly shown us the regional platform that they have made available in order to link supply and demand, creating the link for products that can be reused, remanufactured, or recovered by other industries. And also the circular fashion network. It's a platform project which focuses on the textile industry, from the selection of the different fibers that are being used for the manufacturing of products, of fabrics, but also the reutilization of apparel, which, so it's not only the industry, but it's also fashion design and different elements that can go from the fashion industry to other industries too. In Buenos Aires, they also have a climate action plan, and they have developed a department within the municipality that is addressing this topic. They have a zero garbage plan where they have different elements that they are recovering, and they are putting a lot of emphasis on places like financing, even a marketplace. They have entrepreneurs that receive information and on all of the materials that can be recovered and that can be reused, so that they can take that as their raw materials, so that they can produce new materials and products for the city. Lima, they also have a circular economy strategy. They are developing parks in order to generate industrial circularity. How they can retrofit the old industrial parks, inviting even new industries, so that they can have important, effective links, and in the end, moving all of the materials and the surpluses among them, and also a space for the recovery of public spaces where neighbors are taking advantage of urban surroundings, activating then the city from understanding sustainability locally. Toyota, which is very small but has been a pioneer in developing a circularity and sustainability strategy, and is one of the signatory cities. It's probably the one with the lowest, the smallest population, but with the largest ambition. There is a city plan that has been developed. Is in the first stage, and it's a reforestry, very ambitious plan where 100 new thousand trees which will be planted in the coming 5 years, thus changing the look of the city, but also the ecological function of the city. And this is associated to a microforest project where there is a plantation of diversity of trees that are managed by local communities and that are creating not only roads with trees, but also spaces to be used by the inhabitants in this microgreen space.
Then we have Santiago City that has
Analizada.
a national roadmap that has been analyzed. And so we have developed different strategies together with different industries. In here, for example, we can see the strategy consisting of this partnership with Enel in order to give this circular feature. And we have also this project of solar facades, and the major surfaces of buildings can be used with a second functionality and provide this consumption for the network. We also have different networks of street lights and 500 posts in the streets. And we have here an important point in time because fires in the south of Chile translated into a shortage of lampposts for the cities. And we have to see how we react vis-a-vis these situations where we include circularity right from the basis. And it can provide a service, including, for example, the sectors that have been strongly damaged. Then we have the canon of energy. We have here, for example, Ecuador, and
we have the productive farms, and this is a very rural sector. The city is not very big, and this is very influential for the city. There is a new modality for production. This is implemented in the parishes of the city. We have also the development of different synergies between the different kinds of products that are elaborated and the city. We are recovering there the soils, and we are linking making the linkage of these processes at a point in time that this was taking as a monoculture. And then we have the City of Mexico that has a circular economy nationwide, and they are developing industry to recover the edible oils. They are doing this at a major scale, and they have also the sustainable buildings. They have shared these initiatives with us, and they have learned from the different countries, and they are all at the starting point in order to develop their strategies and their projects under the um, sponsorship of their communities. And we think that the interaction between them as cities and working on this particular issue is very powerful. And this is at the same time a work that should be further fostered with the design of the corresponding policies, because when we test these and the efficiency of these major decisions that are made at the national level, then the third chapter helps the city defining the guidelines for work to move forward. First of all, defining this shared vision of the circular economy. Then 16 other steps are defined for the different steps or stages, for example, the lines of work of action, allowing each one of the municipalities to develop a framework or a document that can guide the different action, as well as defining the new actions that are required in the city to move forward. And we hope that this document will reach most of the local governments in order to disseminate this information and to keep working with the cities in order to finally get the final result with this project that is very important today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francisca. And we are concluding right on time. We saw the excellent experiences you have in cities, as well as the possibilities for the quantitative information available. We have seen also comprehensive analysis and the initiatives that are in place that are getting matured in the countries. And therefore, we should break for coffee now, for coffee break. And if you have any questions for the panelists, we can allow just one question. And if there are no questions, we'll go to the coffee break. Jose Luis, you have the floor. Yes, I would like to clarify a point for Nano. In the classification of the international trade, which is the difference that is made between the products for recycling and products for valuing, that is to say, the wastes that you have for recycling and for further valuing. Well, this is a very good question, and I will give you later a detailed answer. When we say revaluing is for new products, we're working with the Jimena in this issue, and there are some gray areas yet. There is no clear-cut differentiation for revalorization. What we do or revaluation are non-biological products. That is the main difference that we apply. Thank you. So now we'll go to the coffee break. Her microphone is off. So we will be able to speak about the issues that we have pending. Thank you, Janet. And I would like to remind you something. We'll finish here block number 1, and block number 2 is concentrated in the innovative technologies. We're going to see mobility, the recycling of lithium, the management of compost, and recycling of plastics. So we will invite you to resume after coffee break at 11:30.
Hola. Ay, sí. Buenos días. Los invitamos a tomar asiento, por favor, para iniciar el segundo bloque de esta jornada.
Sí, les agradecemos que pasen a sus lugares, por favor. Y los invitamos a los que están allá atrás, si quieren pasar a la mesa, por favor, hay espacio.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Bienvenidos a este segundo bloque de la jornada. En esta oportunidad vamos a conversar sobre tecnologías para la circularidad en diversos sectores. Tengo el honor de poder moderar esta primera parte del segundo bloque. Mi nombre es María José Lambert, soy ingeniera civil industrial de la Universidad de Chile. Tengo estudios también en electromovilidad. Mi experiencia profesional principalmente se ha focalizado en la gestión de proyectos de transporte y de energía. Inicié mi carrera en Metro de Santiago como jefa de proyecto de algunos sistemas para las líneas 6 y 3. Luego me desempeñé como profesional de la Unidad de Transporte Eficiente del Ministerio de Energía, desarrollando la Estrategia Nacional de Electromovilidad acá en Chile. También trabajando en los estándares de eficiencia energética vehicular y también promoviendo el desarrollo de proyectos de hidrógeno verde en transporte. Actualmente soy asesora técnica del programa de energía de GIZ Chile. En particular, trabajo en dos proyectos que están impulsando el desarrollo del hidrógeno verde, tanto en Chile como en Latinoamérica, y también a nivel internacional. Estos proyectos se denominan H2SAP y RH2 por Renewable Hydrogen. En este panel vamos a poder conversar sobre iniciativas bastante prácticas y concretas de implementación de la economía circular en el sector de la movilidad. Vamos a conocer 3 experiencias reales de innovación en esta área y para esto nuestros invitados nos van a presentar durante 15 minutos estas experiencias para luego
Listen from these experiences to open room for discussion and to answer also any question that you may have. So you're all invited to ask questions. We're going to answer them at the end of this module. The first guest is Bastian Mans, sales manager of PEM Motion. He will tell us about the experience of Electromobility Lab of Universidad Técnica Aquisgrán, Germany. He will be online. Bastian has been working in this company for the last 5 years. He has been more than 3 years in Mexico as in different business development projects in North America, such as the development of a partners development management with an OEM from Germany, Canadian automobile center, and with key stakeholders in Costa Rica. He's the sales manager of North American entities of PEMotion. Thank you, Bastian, and you are welcome, and you can go ahead with your presentation. Thank you so much for this invitation. I hope that you are listening to me, and I would like to share my screen.
Perfecto, Bastián. Acá estamos viendo tu presentación.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Entonces, tengo el placer
So I've got the pleasure to introduce our innovation ecosystem with an example of laboratory mobility, electromobility. That this is the e-lab that we have in Germany, in Aquisgrán city. And to start with, I would like to comment on P-Motion. We offer engineering and consultancy solutions. We work in electric mobility sector. And as I said before, we are a German company, and especially we are a spin-off of the Aachen University in Germany, and we are very young in this field. We been 8 years working in this clean mobility sector, and in these 8 years we have worked with most of established companies such as OEMs, providers, and also we support the startups in terms of electrical mobility solutions implementation. And hence, the services supply, we work in electrical mobility with battery cells, with motors, hardware, and products, and we develop projects in the engineering fields such as validation, product development, process development, and also consulting such as production planning, then the battery production, for instance, and also developing businesses and training, also development, capacity development. And we have started, well, this is a longer story, but we started in 2009 with this project that is named Street Scooter. A Street Scooter is a new vehicle, and this was a project that was at the lead of the development that we today see in the clean mobility projects. But in that year, our team developed this vehicle from the scratch. So to develop these prototypes first, and then to develop a production line. And in 2014, we sold this company to DHL. And now DHL, they are producing this vehicle for transportation, this street scooter, in line with their fleet. And in Germany and Europe, there are about more than 20,000 vehicles of this kind. And this was a great experience to us. And in 2014, we decided that we wanted to establish a company to offer the solution to companies or startups. And at the same time, we began to do research with an institute that is also called PIM, and we're working very closely to them in this type of projects. And then after the street scooter in Aachen or in Aquisgrán in Germany, we had a kind of development of electromobility, not only with the street scooter, but also with other products. So you can see here, such as electric bikes and also urban vehicles, and then the scooters and other solutions to promote electric mobility and as clean solutions for the transport sector. And that we could develop this quality because we had, or we were rather managing a system, an ecosystem of or innovation with different institutes, with different, institutes which are supporting us to develop these prototypes. And for us, well, we are always looking for developing electromobility, something as a comprehensive approach. So we're completing the different phases. We started with the phase of ideas, then we continue with specs and concept, then engineering, and to develop the prototype, and then we supported companies or vehicles by industrialization and production, and finally the production and ramp up for the production itself. And then I already mentioned about the ecosystems and these developments and these vehicles that you already saw. They could just could be developed in that way because we have a different ecosystem over there with two main facilities. On the left, you can see this building that is named Advantis. This is headquarters there, where we have labs, and then we have more opportunities to develop these electrical vehicles, and over there, and also we are working in the university eLab, and now the Aachen University eLab. I would like to take a little bit of your time here to explain this concept, because I think that this is very interesting for the Latin American market, because that lab, the electromobility lab on the right that you can see here, this is basically a project or consortium where different institutes and different companies are working all together to develop electrical motors and to do testing, and also focused on the circular economy concept. We think, hence, that we think that this would be very interesting for you to know about this concept. The eLab, this is electrical mobility laboratory of the Aquisgrán University, and here we are working in batteries, power electronics, electrical motors, and we have different equipment and a lot of opportunities to do testing. And what is very interesting as well is that this is not a private institution, is public institution, gathering 5 institutes of the Aachen University, which are working there, doing research, working on different topics. with their own capabilities, and that space is open also for the private sector. So if there is a company which would like to develop a prototype of a battery, for instance, that company could rent some space in those premises to do testing, to develop the product, and to use that space for their own development. And as I said before, this is a consortium, and we have these 5 institutes, and the technical infrastructure that we have over there is well composed of 6 main areas. The first one is cell fab. The cell fab is a factory of batteries of cells. Then we have battery pack lab. And then we have joining technology. This is another module. We have a battery abuse center. This is very interesting because we can do battery testing in extreme conditions, under extreme conditions, to get a better feeling of what could happen to the battery, or what is missing also in the battery. And we have a test center power electronics and test center electronic motor. And then the eLab is a part of our ecosystem. And as I said before, our vision is that we're working in Germany and in the world in ecosystems of innovation. And these ecosystems for innovation, for us, this includes the academia, or an institute of the academia, or the university in Germany. Aachen is our partner, is there, and here our partner is Aachen University. And we have also connection with private industry, which is in motion here. So we are the, let's say, the arm of the university here for the private sector. And also we have our own startups here. So these are ideas that we had about our projects, about our research at the university, but also in motion. And we have started with other companies, such as the startups, as you can see on the right of this slide. And this is called PEMX.
And we also work in North America and in Mexico. I've been already a few years here, and we have other offices in the US, also in Canada, as well as in China. And our vision is that we grew several innovation ecosystems, not only one in Germany, but also here in Mexico, one in Sacramento in the US, where we also work, or also in Canada. And the idea, as we are working, that these ecosystems have several differentiated capabilities. They're always very much focused on research. So our partners, such as the universities here in Mexico, the Técnico de Monterrey is one of our partners. That approach and that connection, or that relationship, is very important for us to continue to work together, and also to develop our capabilities, especially on those areas where we are. So we've always seen some success stories in those ecosystems. Here you can see 4 examples. Here, top left, you see a startup which we own. It is called Jack Train. Is a vehicle to deploy urban delivery, and it works. It's a driverless. It's an autonomous vehicle, and they are already working with our partners in Sacramento. To the right, there's an example of Ego. It's also a vehicle from Aachen. There's also a plant here in Mexico for manufacturing those vehicles. And there's a vehicle top bottom left, our partner in Canada. They've developed this vehicle, and the other success story to bottom right is the signature of a contract with a company in Asia. And that is our vision to connect our different locations and to grow a world network of innovation ecosystems. As a support coming from ELAB, which is the Electrical Mobility Laboratory. Thank you. Thank you, Bastian, for your excellent presentation. Very interesting. Also knowing how we can achieve this kind of successful projects in collaboration among private companies, also the relevance of the public institutions in also academia. Thank you very much for giving us some food for thought to think beyond the private sector in terms of how an innovative ecosystem can mix and match the different players in transportation, the authorities, etc. So thank you very much. We will go on with our second presentation, also connected with the mobility application of circularity in mobility. In this second presentation, we will have with us Miguel Osejo. He's the director of Innova Ambiental, and he's going to talk about recycling of lithium batteries, which is a quite relevant topic for electromobility. I'm going to mention a little bit about he is a professional in chemistry from University of El Valle in Colombia, and he also has a master's degree in chemical leveraging of industrial waste, 8 years of experience in chemical research and processes to generate value through industrial waste, also more than 2 years in designing and implementing a plant for recycling such lithium batteries waste, and also is going through the patenting process by Innova Ambiental. He is the manager of the company, and we'd like to welcome him. He is going to be with us remotely. So thank you very much, Miguel. And please be welcome. Go ahead with your presentation. Thank you all for the invitation, for this opportunity. I'd like to show you in these 15 minutes that I have what is the example of innovation that we have developed with our company, and how this innovation example has become something that connects different sectors through the involvement of several stakeholders, all of them involved in circular economy with extended producer responsibility, the producers themselves, the generating companies, recycling companies like our company have created a new market offering that adds visibility to the strength and the impact that such kind of alliances may have. So First of all, if you could please confirm if you're looking at my presentation already in presentation mode, please. Yes, we can see it. Thank you. So what I wanted to present today is the result of a research and development process that was funded partly by private entities, by businesses such as Tronix and Innova, and partly by the strategic alliances of the governments, GIZ and other entities that participate. At the end of the presentation, the idea is that I've been able to clarify the example of how this type of collaboration among the different industries can take place. And if you have questions, let's leave them for last. This is our cycling of lithium batteries. This triple R is intentional in this presentation because recycling is not new. However, it's always being focused as leveraging the materials, the constituent materials. Initially, was paper and cardboard as a recyclable waste, which is about using the materials. Same thing with ferrous scrap or non-ferrous materials, aluminum or copper scrap. But when recycling electronic waste became more relevant, or technology waste, well, that's when many more opportunities came about of focusing on recycling. That in the end became the concept which is circular economy and all the different prior steps before the destruction and use of such materials. So these, the first two R's are reuse, remanufacturing, retrofitting, and in that specific case of lithium batteries, we found a project or an opportunity, if you wish, to perform the remanufacturing of our batteries. The descriptions at the end of the life of lithium batteries have a life potential that may not necessarily be useful for electromobility, but it may be used for a number of stationary uses. So let me introduce Innova. Let me introduce Innova. We are a Colombian company focused on circular economy, based on and driven by Colombian regulatory framework related to extended producer responsibility that in Colombia was amended and it was enacted as of January 1st, 2023. Everything related to collection, use on any technical tool that is available to prevent the disposal in landfills of components that may have some residual value, either electronic, e-waste, or batteries of all kinds. So Innova was founded 12 years ago. We are 12 years ago founded, and in order to compensate and to strengthen circular economy topics and to add value to the products that in principle are very difficult to recycle. We started our history by recycling lightning waste that contained mercury that we developed. We brought new technologies to the country to develop the decontamination and reevaluation of such waste. And we evolved into the market of electronic components, to e-waste, so that we could provide a solution to the treatment of such waste that is difficult to process. Among them, lithium batteries that do have a recyclable potential. There are valuable minerals that are interesting worldwide. So it becomes interesting that in all regions, they could develop new processes to add value to these materials. And because of the hazardous type of material present in the waste, they need to be reused. So as of 2020, we started developing or commissioning a plant to recover the materials from batteries. Initially, this plant was focused in destruction and leveraging of these batteries, low power batteries, if you wish, for applications that are mostly focused on mobile phones, small appliances, and computers, radio telephones, and other types of devices that use rechargeable batteries and that can be used. In the process, we learned about the chemistry of all kinds of batteries and what is the level of leveraging that we can obtain from that level of chemistry, the level of hazard, depending on the chemistry of such batteries. And we focused on developing the separation or sorting process. This process of sorting was implemented by mid-2022, and it's a facility that operates currently in our country. And it covers additionally not only lithium batteries waste, but all secondary batteries or rechargeable devices that are still showing up as waste. The idea is not to leave legacy waste in our country. Our legislation forces us to use all kinds of batteries, or mostly, but actually bans the final disposal of such batteries in landfills. Batteries, nickel cadmium, that are pretty polluting. It's very cadmium is very pollutant. They can be reused or used, although to a large extent they may end up in a landfill because of the presence of contaminants that the industry itself is trying to get out of the market or reduce in size, and therefore find more interest in other technologies. So we focus on this topic, and very quickly by mid-2021, we started seeing that although in lithium batteries and electromobility batteries, they're not massively disseminated in the country. Yes, so we do not have a lithium battery-based car fleet, and the existing fleet is a new fleet, so we would not expect e-waste coming from car batteries to be generated in significant amounts in the country. However, the reality we found is that there are prior technologies that entered the country that expired in terms of their battery lives. Utility vehicles are basically lifts, or small buses, or small trucks that already required a final disposal process. So, and this is when the first part of the integration of the different sectors, in which one of our strategic allies, which is the Recopila program, which is an extended producer responsibility program of a national battery manufacturer for forklifts and alkaline batteries, AA and AAA. We established contact because one of those customers had to process their expired batteries somehow. So even though we found that we received close to 150 tons of batteries from vehicles, that is not negligible, and therefore meant that we started thinking about the different challenges that are coming up because of this type of waste, and what are the opportunities considering these three R's that I mentioned. So we focused by the end of 2021 and beginning of 2022, we started trying to look for ways to use these products or to add value to this production chain, or that prevent the destruction of the value present in the waste that has been generated. So we focused on several projects. One of them was developed by an international alliance that is called Prevent Waste Alliance, which is a global alliance that is intended to connect and strengthen and to accelerate the growth of circular economy initiatives. And with that, through Adelphi, we developed a project that is called Triple R Accelerator. that is mainly focused, and that's why the name, the three R's that add more value to waste. In general, there were several projects. Some of them focused on robotics, in retrofitting of electronic and computation equipment, and others are more focused on the remanufacturing of electrical vehicles. The relevance of the project or the approach of the project was focused. These are within government initiatives, which is the second stakeholder of that integration of different sectors, and that includes the political interest, not only in our country, but also international, in terms of the preservation of value in waste to strengthen circular economy. And that, of course, we should say it, is still a very small industry within circular economy. And the resources generated by circular economy or the profitability generated by circular economy still are quite limited compared to the standardized or traditional energies or traditional manufacturing processes. So this type of initiative with this kind of objectives highlights innovation, collaboration with other stakeholders. The triple impact is very necessary today. Financial feasibility, and also to accelerate these programs. So one of the tools that we use in order to develop that innovation program and to develop an idea that starts achieving significant results in the context of the circular economy. So we developed a project that, schematically speaking, can be seen on this slide. It is an alliance. It starts with the generation of the waste. Basically, this waste is classified according to their chemistry. Lithium batteries. There are different types of technologies, some of them with cobalt, and we know how difficult it is to supply cobalt. Other technologies that start reducing that presence of cobalt in a car. So some of them have manganese and nickel, other types of batteries that contain lithium first phosphate that are more extended in use these days. In terms of electromobility, there are several advantages. One of them is safety, the chemical stability of those batteries compared in view of potential collisions or impacts or operating conditions. That stability is much higher compared to other older technologies, although, and this is one of the obstacles are locally, it should be borne in mind, is that the chemistry of these batteries cannot be that low. So the materials that are going to be recovered from those batteries have a lower value. Basically, we recover iron, phosphate, and lithium in limited amounts, and that means that the material may not be that interesting from an attraction point of view. So in those kinds of batteries, if we focus on developing a diagnosis process on these batteries to find a remanufacturing path, that is to say, add a second life to the unit, and that is coupled with the third link in other sectors, and which is that two companies that have a significant leadership in Colombia regarding the production of batteries. For example, Tronix, which is a company that has close to 70 megawatts of energy that actually comes from facilities, for you to compare, is a solar farm, can produce 10 megawatts of energy per year. So this may be a company that would be equivalent to 7 of those solar farms. Innovación Ambiental has shown significant leadership in terms of waste management in the country. More than 12,000 tons of waste have been processed that are collected from different strategic points of view, especially in terms of managing the waste and in the battery production, to have a new company Recobat that collects these two experiences in the production sector and the environmental sector to add a new life to this type of vehicle batteries. So just in closing the presentation, this is an example related to this event, and it shows how that participation of different stakeholders may become a successful story, not only in terms of entrepreneurship, but also successful business management that provides a solution to waste management issues internally to a country, besides the fact that you're meeting international agreements such as the Basel Agreement in Colombia states that hazardous waste cannot be exported and constitutionally not even can they be imported. So that strengthens our internal position and also allows us to meet with those commitments because of those are environmental commitments. That was my presentation for now. Thank you very much again for the time and for the opportunity to participate. And unfortunately, I was not able to be there face to face, but thank you anyway for the time. Thank you, Miguel. Great presentation. Very clear. I think you made it very clear to us the concept of relationship and transsectorial collaboration. Of course, there's going to be some Q&A in case there are specific questions for you. But thank you so much for this new vision in terms of the new challenges. If we see today the large number of batteries that exist without such a significant development of electromobility, so we may imagine the challenges we'll face when electromobility will be part of our lives. So it's great to know these initiatives and to be ahead of the challenges that are coming, and also the importance of strategic alliances that can be established among different industries. Thank you once again, Miguel. And after this great presentation, so we'll go to our next speaker, Guillermo Pereira. He is here with us. He's the General Director at Fortec, who will talk about the experience in lithium battery management in Costa Rica. His presentation is entitled Towards a Safe and Eco-Friendly Circular Economy of Lithium Batteries. Guillermo is a graduate in industrial engineering from University of Costa Rica. He has 27 years of experience in managing hazardous waste and electrical and electronic equipment waste in Central America. He was the founder and CEO of Fortec, and he has been part of many Latin American fora in North America, Europe, and Asia over the last 2 decades. Recently, after 4 years of research, he developed, together with his multidisciplinary team of Costa Rican engineers, an innovative system that is being patented, capable of safely deactivating and recovering critical metals, electrolytes, and plastic fractions of lithium-ion batteries to be reintroduced into the industry and for the production of new batteries. So we have Guillermo's great experience. So Guillermo, please be welcome. And you have the floor. Mr. Samaniego, very pleased to be here. And ICLAC representatives and colleagues from the region, I'm very happy to be here with you and to talk about our experience in Costa Rica while I was listening to the presentation of my colleague Miguel Osejo in Colombia. And I can only confirm that we are facing a reality that we need to attend to in collaboration, both in the public as well as in the private sector. If you could please show my presentation, we could start.
Le pedimos ayuda ahí al equipo técnico para poder iniciar la presentación. Ahí sí. Ahí la estamos viendo. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me start by telling you that Fortec, together with GIZ, have developed a project since 2021. We understand that companies and the organizations that support these organizations have a common interest in shaping policies, legislation in different areas that can promote the development of the emerging economies. The project that I mentioned has developed not only a solution at the end of the life of the batteries with our own technology, but it has also established long-lasting strategic alliances with a number of entities without whom it would be very difficult to build a sustainable project in different aspects. The 2050 decarbonization plan in Costa Rica promotes transition to electromobility and transportation, mainly focused on a share of 30% of electrical cars and buses by 2035. However, there was no entity or even a system to recycle lithium-ion batteries to do a friendly management of such batteries. This applies not only to electric cars batteries, but also electronics, such as mobile phones, computers, as well as renewable storage energy system to retain cobalt and lithium that is necessary to produce these batteries. Valuable raw materials are extracted through mining, and of course this means certain challenges in terms of environmental footprint. The expectation is that the demand for these strategic metals that are necessary for the production of batteries will be above the extraction capacity by 2030, as we have heard from Mrs. Janet Sanchez. Lithium-ion batteries are toxic if they are inadequately disposed of, and although there are companies that offer a collection of such used batteries, very few are able to recycle and to convert these products. In Costa Rica, there's a law 8839 for waste management that was enacted in 2008 and promotes efficient use of resources. One of the main principles of this law is the producer extended responsibility for special waste management, and we know that producers or importers have a responsibility over this product throughout the life of the product, even post-industrial and later stages.
Now, in Costa Rica, nor in the rest of the region, has there been a possibility to recover or to reintegrate and regenerate those kind of devices. So oftentimes batteries are stored in different households, warehouse, or are exported to more developed countries. And in the end, in worst cases, they end up in landfills. So the uncertainty of all of these different types of practices is critical, because these waste products or parts of them could end up in inappropriate places, or they could be raw material for child labor or other questionable tasks. So we are still then in the process of creating a real circular economy for these batteries and other electrical devices. And in Costa Rica, it is estimated that only 5% of these waste are correctly being recycled through the different formal channels. And the reality in the rest of Latin America is not that different. So as a goal, we then try to provide a solution for the recycling of these batteries. And it's based on three pillars. The first one is reverse logistics of waste, which is critical and where the participation of public and private sector is required, mainly in order to establish the formality in the value chains. The second one is R&D, innovating technology by standards. We have used the European model by using and this model and doing engineering design to one that is more modular and adapting it to the reality in Latin America. Mr. Mans, who was just presenting from the University of Aachen, and also a tester for the work that we have done with Professor Friedrich from the School of Metallurgy. And it is precisely an atmosphere free of emissions that recovers not only metals, but also the electrolytes from the batteries are the novelty that was presented in the development of our technology. And the third pillar is awareness at every single level. The need for transforming or becoming a part of a transition towards a more sustainable ways of transportation, like electric vehicles, but also evolving towards a model of management at the end of the useful life of batteries, which are vital as part of this transition. Let me now share with you a video, but before doing that, let me tell you that the project is also contributing towards our goal SDG number 8, number 13, and also number 17.
Cortex es una empresa costarricense.
Cortex is a company from Costa Rica that manages waste of electronic devices and transforms them into useful resources. This is the first plant in Latin America. We're going to start with a pilot plant together with a GIZ. And the objective of this program is to massively collect lithium batteries that have been used so that they can be processed at our plant. This pilot plant that we are starting is part of a larger project that we have between GIZ and Forte. This is a project that has as a goal to work in improving the technical conditions and the enabling framework for a more appropriate, eco-friendly use for the reuse of the batteries and also to improve their final disposal. The pilot plan lasts 3 months, but it's only the beginning of our collection system that is to be permanently established in order to solve the solution of the lithium batteries. The lithium-ion batteries have been recognized as high performers because they are rechargeable. That is its main feature. And the world currently is using lithium batteries in many different types of devices. For example, mobile phones, laptops, also energy storage units, and also light electrical vehicles like scooters or motorcycles too. We know that they're also starting to use it in some electrical vehicles that are spreading out throughout the country. So for this pilot program, and in order to offer a solution at every single level, that is to say, for people, consumers, as well as garage, municipalities, agents, distributors, importers, and also the regular cycle of devices that have these lithium batteries. We have enabled this platform, ecolectivo.net. And in this platform, we can request for the collection of these devices, and we can take a look at all of the different points that the different municipalities may use as part of this pilot program. We have been able to develop a methodology that allows us in an oxygen-free atmosphere in order to avoid fires or explosions. We've been able to crush the batteries, and with this, we're able to recover the materials that it's made up of, and our process also allows us to separate it into the different raw materials and other materials that can be reused in the manufacturing of new batteries without the need of using mined products. That is to say, the same materials that made up that battery are the raw materials that are used for manufacturing the new ones. And in order to implement this project, we have carried out studies, and more than 1,500 tons on a yearly basis of used batteries are produced, and we don't know where they are going. Probably some of them are in households, some others are going in the traditional garbage towards landfills, others are being exported, but without really considering the value. So what we see here is an excellent example of how a Costa Rican company has been able to develop state-of-the-art technology in order to provide a solution to a global problem, what to do with lithium-ion batteries. And this is such important work that we've carried out, and we're already thinking about exporting this technology to other regions in the planet. The recycling process of lithium batteries cannot be done without the collaboration of a larger ecosystem. People committed with the environment, willing to provide or to give these devices so that we can take the raw materials that are necessary for the industry. So we're very proud of the work that we have been doing for over 4 years in researching and developing a technology that is capable of transforming the battery materials without any risk and making new batteries. It's a real circular economy. Okay, and I want to end with just one slide. That's the video again. Let me see if we can go back to the presentation. The next to last slide, please. So this
bueno, creo que yo lo puse para ir más rápido. Aquí estamos.
Okay, that's it really. So the work that we've done with GIZ has allowed us to establish this holistic model in order to give a circular solution to the batteries in Costa Rica that we hope to be able to scale throughout the rest of the region, based on a strategy of a creation through a systematic approach of design, engineering, and combining the talent from different disciplines, informatics, mechanical engineering, electronics, and industrial engineering. And we have been able to achieve with this multidisciplinary work a technological package that began as part of a process that took 7 years by creating a traceability and statistic platform, which is part of the original business model. And in order to address the need that our customers were demanding, it slowly evolved. In 2021, with this cooperation project, we were able to develop this innovation called CIMEC. And in the last 2 years, we have been working with these public-private partnerships, which for us are a strategic a key strategic pillar in order to obtain the expected results. We have been creating in parallel with similar to what the colleagues in Nova in Colombia are doing, a lab for the study and the research of the second useful life or the conversion of golf carts and other light vehicles, and the possibility then together with the diagnosis of the batteries, in order to use a stationary energy storage device. So we've been able to have quite an important impact in strengthening the local capabilities for treatment of these batteries. We have been providing support to local partners, in particular universities with technological programs and transferring technology from universities in Germany. And also as part of our experience in the industrial sector, we've been able to make an important contribution to the implementation of the Costa Rican decarbonization plan. In particular, local governments have also benefited by developing a solution for best environmental practices implementation and expanding the useful life of all of the devices. Hence, we see a multiplying effect that impacts consumers, or what we call users of the system, the academia, and the global industry too, because we have been able to incorporate the materials from the battery's cathode to the markets that manufacture new batteries. So thank you very much for your attention. Oh, thank you, Guillermo. Also a very interesting presentation. We have then been able to see in these three presentations the business opportunities that come up around electromobility. Electromobility is often thought about the vehicle, the charging station, but there are many other satellite opportunities around this new industry. And if we work on them appropriately, that could imply economic growth for the country developing it. So thank you so much for sharing with us the different applications and how the circularity can be made possible from transportation. I believe that in the three presentations have made emphasis on the importance of an ecosystem. That is to say, this is not just the responsibility of one of the players or one single industry. It's a whole set of efforts that come together in order to move forward towards the sustainability of this transportation sector. So that's another important and key concept. Work between the academia, private and public sectors, also startups in order to develop this innovating economy and ecosystem. Now, before going on with this discussion space, I would like to ask you to think about possible doubts that may have come up. Let's take advantage of the space that we have here in order to learn about the experiences in more depth. So before going into the discussion, I would like to ask questions to the different presenters. First of all, to Bastien. Bastien, you were talking to us about your experience with the academia and how to create this laboratory between the academia and the private sector. So I would like to ask you, Bastien, how do you see the possibility of applying this experience in Latin America, and also based on the different analyses that you've carried out on the different electrical transportation media that you've tested? What is needed in order to make this massive in the region? Is it incentives, other business models? Which business models do you think could be developed in order to really massify this electromobility in order to meet the goals that each of the countries have here in the region? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. I believe that there are many opportunities here in Latin America in order to do something similar, maybe with a little bit of a different approach. But what I think is really needed is the vision in cities, but also at the country level. The vision in order to do something similar. Incentives, sure, maybe, why not? Because as I have already said, most of the investment in Germany, it comes from public institutions and organizations. So there is a project from the state in the north of Germany with the investment of Unión La Voltaire. So this is something that can be used as a part of the support, but in the case of Santiago, I think that there is an e-mobility hub, I think is from the company Massa. And there are therefore opportunities to have the private industry participate. I think that what's also needed is a motivation, a vision, but there are always ways of doing it. There are private organizations, but also public organizations. So I think that motivation and the vision is something that can really support these innovating ecosystems. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Bastian. Miguel, considering your experience in Colombia, but also taking into consideration the development in your country around electromobility, especially in public transportation, how do you see that the country is preparing for when these buses end their useful life? How are you planning to manage those batteries, and what would be the message for countries such as Chile, which already has an important fleet of electric buses, and which at some point in time, precisely, we're going to have to be facing that kind of issues, that kind of problem. The volumes of those batteries, how are we going to manage them? So how is your country preparing for that? Right. I believe that there has been an important promoter for the circular economy, which is the legislation, the regulation. That is the commitment that the country has in order to strengthen this economic sector. So there are different regulations here that are very strong. We have the extended producer responsibility. It has been well structured. Companies are obliged to abide by it, and they comply with it, even though collecting the materials is sometimes a challenge. So meeting the goals is not always easy, because we also get involved with a social aspect, people's culture, lack of knowledge, transition, resources. Sometimes they don't want to invest, but there are many things. Now, with regards to the planning of what we're going to do with those batteries, especially in the case of Bogota, that is one of the cities that has the largest electromobility, and there are contracts that have already been awarded and others that are very large for electromobility. We have seen that from many different organizations, some of them international, some of them local, like local authorities. There is a promotion that they create the conditions for these contracts for these large fleets of, I don't know, 1,000 buses, and if the batteries are damaged, they also have to include the spare part until they comply with the terms of the contracts. So in the worst of the cases, we're thinking about 2,000 batteries. If a battery lasts 7 years, so in those 10 years, they would have to change the battery at least once. So in summary, what we've been trying to get from the regulation point of view, and I think that that's a very good advice to be replicated in other countries, is that from the terms and conditions, we structure what the demands are when it comes to managing these devices. When the battery leaves the vehicle, for whatever reason it may be, what are the mechanisms that the company will have, and what is the score that we're going to give when they are participating in a bid. So, for example, if they offer remanufacturing of the batteries for bus stations, well, that should have a certain rating. So that, or if those batteries are damaged, when they leave that, and when their second, third, fourth life is over with, what are they going to be doing with those waste products? Well, I have, I don't know, a contract, an agreement, or I have such and such mechanism in order to take advantage, not even a disposal plan, but taking advantage of it. All of that should be considered, if it's part of the same company, if it's locally with outsourced with companies like Innova or others. So this is one of the incentives, or rather it's one of the things that the authority can mandate as part of the terms of references when calling out the bid. Well, thank you. Thank you for that, Miguel. These are part of the best practices that truly help us because if there's no full regulation, we should consider these things in the contracts from the very beginning then as part of the terms of references, because after 7 years, there's going to be an issue with the buses. And we're talking about the short term. So it's a challenge. And this really motivates us to learn about the experience that's being implemented in other countries so that we can get motivated and so that we can start replicating this in other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, Guillermo, I would like to ask you a question, and this has to do with the fact that we've seen the point of view of the private sector and the public sector. But what about citizens around the topic of awareness in recycling or reusing? Before starting the panel, you were telling us about the level of awareness in your country regarding the use of electrical vehicles, because for the citizens of Costa Rica, it's already a problem to think about what they're going to do with the batteries. How do you get to that level of awareness, that level of concern? There's a whole cultural issue there. Tell us about that experience so that we can know, or we can rather learn from your experience from different countries. Yes, well, thank you for the question. Now, citizens' awareness is another systematic pillar that is part of the strategy that needs to be kept in mind. It is obvious that in the case of Costa Rica, since it's a country with an important branding next to it, no artificial ingredients, so as to speak, citizens have accepted rather well the possibility of implementing electromobility. And in fact, the vehicle fleet increased 10% this year. And then information becomes critical. The lithium-ion batteries are basically an urban mine that can be reversed engineered. Circular economy, the concept, but not just the concept, but rather with the reality of it. We are part of this larger industry, and these products can be renovated, they can be reused or recycled, and the decentralization, this possibility of replicating successful business models like Fortec or Innova and other companies also is the real solution in order to create impact, quality employment, also having more engineers dedicated to solving our problems in the different countries without waiting for the problems to be solved by companies from other geographies. So we see this as a tremendous opportunity. It is quite important then that that information reaches the citizens so that when people want to buy an electrical vehicle, they don't fear what's going to happen in 10 more years, and so that they can understand that there's an open market that is growing and which is going to be in charge of addressing these used batteries in order to make second, third, fourth use of it. And around around these batteries, there's not only an interest by the consumers, but also by the manufacturing companies, because that lithium, that cobalt, is also required back in order to continue moving forward in using this technology with a circular approach. Thank you, Guillermo. I remember a phrase that I heard regarding electrical vehicles. They are a battery with wheels. We can see this for the good or for the bad, really. But for the good, in the sense that it's an opportunity to use these batteries that are moving around. There are different types of uses, whether it is injecting energy into the network, all the way to having a second, third use of the battery, but also the recycling of this equipment. And the other important things that I would like to highlight as a general idea is the importance of education and communication on these new technologies to citizens. A well-informed citizen is probably going to be a lot more aware of the impacts that the use of these different vehicles have, and that applies to other industries too. Thank you so much for that reflection. So with this, we can open up the discussion block. I know that there are already some people with questions ready, and the idea of this part of the block is for you to ask questions or maybe to share your reflection based on the presentations that we have seen in this module. I would like to ask the people that are interested in participating to have 2 or 3 minute interventions, well, obviously to share your name and your company, and then we can hear your comments or questions.
Hernan, you have the floor now. Well, I am Hernan Duran. I am representing the College of Engineers in Chile, and I am the president of the Commission of the Environment. In the presentation, first of all, I would like to congratulate you because I think that the topics approached here are extremely clear. So I deeply appreciate this fact because we're starting to move in this direction. And I think that we need to gain from all the experiences you have alluded to. So I have 2 questions for you. The first one is to know what we're speaking about. We're speaking about recycling lithium and the materials and the raw materials that can be derived, or are we speaking about the use of batteries? Because the problem, for example, with the batteries based on lead, acid lead, what happens in Chile? We recycle 80% of those batteries, but we do not recycle batteries themselves, but we extract the lead, and it is sold as lead ingots. Our economy is not circular in this case. So, well, why is not circular? The same happens with the tires. We cannot, for example, use the mining industry tires where we have a high concentration. I mean that in the way that we are working today is semi-circular. That is to say, we are restricted to reproduce some raw materials, but not the product itself. So what do we become? We are new exporters of raw materials, and we are trapped in the same circle that we criticize. We say that we're depending on that, and we are not producing all the added value that can be produced vis-a-vis our objectives. The second question, very quickly, is related to the role played by the state. In the first presentation by Germany, it was brilliant to see how the German people have everything very well organized and working right. And I think that Germany is an example for us. I directed the project with the ECLAC GZT, and I think that Germany is a paramount example. And another thing that the colleague referred to is the role by the state in promoting the activities of recycling and innovation. As a member of the Association of Engineers, I wonder how we're going to develop the technology in Chile if the state is not acting. They should not just be present as a committee, but they have to intervene at a higher technical level, not just providing the resources, but giving that the guidelines. So in order to produce everything that has been proposed here without having the states playing a role, it will be very difficult to get there. And those are the two thoughts I wanted to share with you. Sorry if I am provocative, but we have just a little time. So, Hernan, thank you, and we'll give the time to react. So the first question, if it is possible to recycle the batteries and not just use the raw materials, maybe Guillermo can or Hernan can answer this question. Well, there is a phenomenon that is taking place worldwide, and this is that the batteries are built in China and Asia. North America, USA, and Europe realized this a few years ago, and the Chinese and the Asian industry is already mature for the recycling of this battery of lithium and then the raw materials. So many vehicles that are produced in Europe already have these batteries from Asia. So we are trying to tackle this issue as a priority in the European Union as well as in the United States and Canada. So there are just a few battery factories that are able to produce in America and Europe. And this leads us to a situation of being invisible vis-a-vis this production, these factories. And this will arrive in our countries in the next coming decades. So we have this lithium that is generated with a raffination degree that is higher, and this led the region to be important if from this circular economy we are able to extract these cathode materials and to take them back to the factories in the region or in Europe. One of the objectives of our project is to link it together with some European companies and German companies, more particularly, that are in the leading edge of the engineering of these materials. And the major advantage that the lithium has compared to the lead is that we require less scale, and this could be reproduced in many cities. So I see this as an opportunity for the transition from the lead battery to a more efficient one that would allow to evolve to modular methods to recover those metals to be reused in new batteries. So in big economies like Chile, Argentina, Mexico, it will be possible to develop a project allowing to produce these batteries of lithium ion, and that is appealing for the region. Thank you, Guillermo. It is very interesting to hear this reflection. And it is very favorable that we can come up with new opportunities for the electromobility. So if the presenters would like to add in something, or we can continue with the reflections related to the role played by the state. You have the floor now. No? No questions? No reactions? Okay.
No, no lo había entendido. Vamos con más preguntas.
So we'll continue with further questions. The idea is that we can profit or take advantage of this space. I think it's very important to react vis-a-vis the role played by the state. Maybe Bastian would like to make some comments based on the experience that you have gained in Germany and how we can treat this issue in the Latin America.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you well. As you already said, in Germany, we are working as a network with corporates, with public players, or drivers for development. For example, we have the GTZ or similar players. And these issues of electrical mobility in the context of a circular economy are also important issues for Germany, and things that are being developed now. Out of our experience, we realize that it's very useful to have a network like ours with more players from the public sector, from the academia, and also from the private sector to develop solutions and establish the innovation ecosystem. Maybe this would be something to highlight from our experience. That is greatly supporting the development of solutions for the circular economy with other types of batteries or recycling processes. So I think that this is something that I would like to add to rather focus on the development of solutions for the circular economy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bastian. Guillermo, I think that you would like to add something. Guillermo and Miguel. Thank you. Concerning now the role played by the state, I think it is important to link this with the conference we had previously this morning and in connection with the roadmaps for the circular economy. And within those roadmaps, we should have the strategic plans because we need to industrialize and to support the circularity of the public policies that are targeted to evaluate the whole cycle, life cycle of the battery, not only the use of this battery or the need to decarbonize through the electrification. We should understand that there are alternative uses, the conversion and the reutilization or recovery of those resources as raw materials, and then as elements to create a more employment or to give better use in the universities, to have better training for the students, and not only for them, but the engineers who are already working that have to quickly assimilate this technology to serve these new fleets of vehicles and the new technologies that are going to allow transportation. Thank you, Miguel. Yes, I wanted to speak about the role of the state. First of all,
I would like to say something in connection to what Miguel said. What is the role by the state and what is the public policy? How you are going to strengthen the different tactics or strategies vis-a-vis the circular economy. We realize that this role is still small. There is, however, an intention in Colombia. For example, we went to Chile last year, and the ministry in Chile also has this roadmap for the strategies to create a circular economy. But we have to consider how the state is considering this sector of the economy. So I would like to pose a question: how much of these companies are represented in the GDP of each one of the countries? And I think it's there where we're going to find the answer to see the efforts that are deployed in the countries that are developing countries and how we're going to tackle this. In Colombia, we have a strategy that is very strong vis-a-vis this situation, and will have a transition towards a new energies, towards the solar energy and so on. And this represents over half of the GDP vis-a-vis of what is represented by the companies from the circular economy. So I think the prioritization and the development of the macroeconomy in the country, from the point of view of the government, requires the effort that is commensurate to what it represents in their economies. And in the future, apparently there is a very important intention to focus on this kind of activities. And then I wanted to make a comment how the governments are intervening or fostering the technology and development. I can say, for example, what we had concerning the previous administrations and the actions they undertook regarding innovation. We have a Ministry of Research and Development, and this department has different methods to act directly from the departments or through partnerships that through Impulsa, that is an agency from the presidency that has the resources to foster innovation in different companies or corporates. However, the structure is difficult to be described vis-a-vis the examples quoted from Germany. The state resources in Colombia seldom can be allocated to the industrial development of the company. For example, we have invitations for different consulting services or the development of business models, the development of innovation projects, but they forbid that the company can buy machinery with these funds provided by the government, which is different from the German viewpoint. Bastian showed already some examples. Guillermo worked with GTZ, and we have been working on the Preventa project, and they say very openly that these funds are for the development of their process. And if you need machinery, you can buy machinery. If you need a license, you can buy a license, or if you need a warehouse, you can buy it. So this is a more open point of view, less restrictive, and therefore I think that we should take into account both approaches. Thank you, Miguel, and all the presenters for their response, Hernando for this discussion space, and we just have a few minutes to close up. So if someone else would like to make a comment or pose a question. Jose Luis, you have the floor. I have several questions here. There are many questions, but in the interest of time, I will make two comments and one question. It's true what Hernan is saying. because we're still exporting raw materials, but sometimes a country like Colombia is a producer of lithium or copper, and this is a very interesting change. It doesn't solve everything inside a cycle, and this is a question I have for Bastian, because innovation is going very well from the point of view of electrical vehicles, but after a few years, they will generate many products that will have plastic, will have the electronic junk and so on, the materials from lithium. And if in this process of innovation, I wonder if our target to close up this cycle. That is a question I have for Bastian. The other question is for the two other cases where we wonder which is the balance of materials. Is it more expensive to recycle rather than working on virgin materials? I would like to know how this works. That is a question. So that was the first question I had for you. And I would like to make a comment too. It's very interesting what Miguel is showing here, that this is not just a public acquisition or purchase, but you can establish also the conditions to foster the circular economy. For example, if in contracts of the public transportation of the cities like Bogota, you have the concessionaire that is responsible for the waste management, that is a message for the industry, and therefore this is a warning. And they have to see the financial sector, the insurance sector. And here I have a question: how you get ready for this expansion, and which are the opportunities that you have in order to move to circularity? The last question I have, or rather a comment, it's very interesting what Miguel said, because there is trait that shows here this very well.
Para reciclar, tienes
And here you have to take care of the domestic market, and you have a wave of materials that translates into some costs. And then we have the rep waste. And here we have another front that is the economic one. I would like to know how you cost those materials. How you solve this problem of the economy, consider that we have the international markets of raw materials, and you have a certain cost of the electricity, of the recollection of waste, and so on. Well, thank you. I will ask the speakers to answer the question and to end up with a reflection. Maria Jose, you still have here Onudi with a question they posed. Yes, we'll do that so that we can close up with an answer and a final reflection by each one of the speakers. Thank you. I am Manuela from Onudi, and this is UNIDO, which is the Industrial Association of the United Nations. When I will focus on just one single issue, and this is a question for Bastian. So I wanted to have some inputs regarding the technological border that we expect for the lithium batteries in the future. Are we speaking of this progression of 10 or 15 years? I would like to know if this is related to the increase of the service life of the batteries or use of alternative materials. Well, thank you very much. This is a very passionate issue, and this will allow us to elaborate on that. But we thank this space for partially approaching this issue. We'll start with Bastian. So, Bastian, if you can answer some of the questions that are related to your presentation, and also if you can give some close-up words, messages. Sole, thank you very much.
So I'm going to answer the two questions, I believe. Yes, exactly. So the first question was how we close up this circle in the case of Chile to establish a circle for the lithium, the production of batteries, and then the implementation in vehicles.
Y de vehículos a baterías también. De vehículos a baterías a chatarra y otra vez a
Battery vehicles, and also how this relates to the management of junk. Well, in my opinion, in Chile, you need a major motivation for a very long period of time. And this should be the motivation or one of the objectives of the government to establish a chain of values. Starting with the production of lithium down to the recycling of batteries. Out of my experience, there are many opportunities in Latin America, not only in Chile, to develop and to implement the solutions for electrical mobility. Well, if there are these opportunities, many of these governments are focusing in suppliers from Asia and China. And obviously, they are right, because the offers are very good, the prices are very cheap, and they already have solutions. From our own experience, and this is something I would like to, or I wanted to focus on, and the production of batteries and recycling is something that can be implemented at the local level. There are many opportunities, as I said before, when these recycling plants are being implemented, first of all, at the local scale. With the change of these batteries and the electrical vehicles that offer many opportunities for the local scale. To this end, we need to have motivation from the government, because the same happened in Germany, where we had this as a product of the motivation from the state of Germany and also from the European Union. And with these opportunities, the University of Aachen made a proposal some 10 years ago. The governments can accelerate and manage this movement in the different sectors, and they can attract the investments and companies. So I think that the major motivation is still pending in some states or countries in Latin America. Thank you very much. And we'll continue with Miguel now. Thank you. I wrote down 4 questions. The first one was related to the material balance and the comparison with the production of the virgin raw material. That I cannot speak, however, about the virgin material, because I do not know a lot about that. But from the material we are
recovering 95% in weights of these materials. We don't still have the capacity to recover the solvents of the materials, and there is a plastic part that is finally contaminated, and for the local market is not to be recovered, and this represents approximately 5% of the batteries. And I will answer now the next question. We retrieve the main materials, some copper, sheets, and the junk and the cathodic material that for the lithium ion materials, and also some other materials, including cobalt, and also we process the batteries that are sold as minerals. And in this case, we act as producers of raw materials. Now, the prices that we have negotiated are with the stock exchange of London. And that is our price of reference for the three materials for copper, nickel, cobalt, and so on. And vis-a-vis the expansion, how we are getting ready for that. This is through strategic investment in the business during this year, and this is why one of the reasons why I couldn't be with you today is because we're opening the headquarters in Bogota, which is a key city as a result of the electrical mobility, and therefore we need to further invest in these environmental regulations, and the companies that are going to manage the electronic waste, including batteries, should have the environmental license. And we are now with this process underway. Well, that is from the point of view of the preparation vis-a-vis the expansion. The last one is the opportunities in the market. If these materials are bought, if we are paid to do this management, and the reality of the market or how the market works gets away a little bit from this issue. If there is an obligation, we have to pay for that. For example, we have the programs for extended responsibility, and this works with this extended responsibility, and we do a charge for this recycling of the batteries. However, the producer at the end of the cycle is not the one who has the waste, but is the owner of the vehicle, or the concession holder, or the repair shop that is doing the repair in the car, in the case of the battery changes. And the holder of this waste knows that has a value because he's inside aluminum sheath, or it's a second use that can be taken advantage of. And normally the waste, I speak here in general terms, not only for batteries. These are our raw materials that have a cost every time that the circular economy is strengthened. And the person understands that this is the waste that still has a value, and they start to intend to have a remuneration from that, and that is a responsibility of the state. We cannot say to all the people that they cannot sell that because they can get a benefit from that.
So the companies will say that that we have to raw our own raw materials. So the price of the raw material, and finally the price of generator is what finally give us the number. that in the market and sometimes doesn't it doesn't match because in terms of computers and electronic devices, we can charge $0.1 per kilogram. Instead, the ones who is disposing the computer would like to have $1.5 per kilogram. So as to give you an example. And so there is a mismatch here, and to transfer the cost as a waste to the owner of that waste is more difficult. And so we have there some gaps for informal management. And so the waste will finally go out to this legal framework. And so this is not completely regulated. Thank you, Miguel. And finally, we are going to end up with Guillermo. Okay, very brief. In terms of balance of materials and energy, there is an important reduction in terms of emissions, about 70% per kilowatt hour per ton of recovered active material. And I think that this is a great opportunity for the industry, and probably to reinforce what Miguel explained, there is a double value model where the company which is recovering this material is working now with the manufacturers in one side who have an extended responsibility. They want to sell their product best, and they want a better image to their clients. And on the other hand, the international market, active materials, provided that they are recovered with a proper degree of factory and definition, that there will be a great interest on that product. I see that the public policy is based on that.
Al final de cuentas se trata de devolver valor a
the idea is to give the value back to these companies which are manufacturing these devices, as we do a local recovery.
a financiar el sistema es el fabricante, no.
The manufacturer will be funding this and not the buyer, and the local and central government, they are fostering that mechanism. And so I think that in the future, sustainable cities are going to be autonomous vehicles who won't have individual owners, but will be owned by the manufacturers. So we need to establish connection between manufacturers and users through Latin American managers, which are giving these raw materials back to the companies. I dream with the day where we open the first factory of batteries for electrical, with electrical values done with these materials of the circular economy. Please, a round of applause to these speakers. Thank you for your presentations, for the final reflections, and also for sharing with us your experience, and the one who have been here in presence, in person, and also remotely. And presentations are going to be uploaded to the ICLAC website, and so you can have access to them once they are up. And some indications for the ones who are here, we're going to have a break for lunch, and then we will be back at 2:30 p.m. And we have two places here where you can have lunch, and then you can go to the cafeteria, or you can go to any place around the building where you will have different possibilities to go to lunch. Thank you so much. And I extend the invitation to be part of this panel. Thank you. Okay.
Vayan pasando a sus asientos, por favor. Vamos a comenzar con la segunda parte del bloque 2. Señor Krieger, por favor. Muy bien. Vamos a comenzar siguiendo con el protocolo. Yo me presento con ustedes, soy José Luis Samaniego, soy el director de la División de Desarrollo Sostenible y Asentamientos Humanos. Dentro de la CEPAL estamos impulsando el tema de la economía circular en un marco más amplio de sostenibilidad, como lo presentamos esta mañana. Adicionalmente a lo que presentamos esta mañana como parte del proyecto de ciudades inteligentes, sostenibles e inclusivas, que está enfocada en la transición a la electromovilidad en América Latina y el Caribe, y en parte a la economía circular vinculada con la electromovilidad. Es importante mencionarles a ustedes que en el marco del ejercicio de la COP25, la Unión Europea hizo una extensión de su programa Euroclima para poder apoyar la presidencia de esa COP25 en manos de Chile con un pequeño ramo de Euroclima.
Euroclima COP, where many topics would touch the indigenous peoples,
científicas,
Fair transition, transparency, which were the main topics in Latin America facing climate actions. And one of the things that we have tackled on that occasion was circular economy. One part of that work was presented by Jimmy Ferrer this morning, which is the analysis impact of product matters and the transit to circular economy. But an important part also was to work plastics in Latin America and the Caribbean. And ICLAC set up a team where, of course, was Lilian Allen, Clara Salinas, myself, Antonio Sanguinetti, Claudio Rodriguez, where we analyzed something that took us to other topics such as traceability and plastics. Something that is now on the loop, traceability of the economic system and mechanisms for recycling plastics. In that opportunity, we analyze the chemical recycling publication is at your disposal. And then we started understanding the role of technological innovation. And so since COP25 to date, the knowledge about circular economy has increased. And in this second block, we have gathered topics which are of utmost interest for the region. We have organic waste, we have mechanical and chemical processing, the recycled material for the constructions, etc. So to start with our discussion, block 2, I'm going to give the floor to Alvaro Pineda, founder of SR Compost, and that is the name of the company. I would appreciate if you can introduce yourself, and then you can start with the presentation. We have 12 minutes for your presentation. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alvaro Pineda. I'm architect by profession and the founder of SR Compost. This is the name of this micro enterprise aiming at making huge changes. Our purpose is that we want to give the earth back to the planet. And so we are a company, triple impact, because we are worried about social, environmental, and economic aspects. What we have done over the last 3 years, mainly public-private alliance. And why this is our compost. And let's have a look of the current situation of Chile about organic residues, and we know that 58% or even more of home waste is organic waste or residues, and causing the methane and pollution. But 1% of that organic residue has been composted. And so this is information of the Ministry of the Environment of Chile 2020. In Chile, to get rid of waste or residues is very cheap. Today, a ton, in average, a ton is 38,000 pesos, and managing that waste. The most important thing is to understand that 100% of the cost of moving this waste, 75% is logistics. That means that we are taking the waste in the city, and we're taking the waste far away. This is the first error that we could identify. And this is dramatic because in Chile, 80% of citizens in the countries are exempt from paying cleaning rights. So 80% of population doesn't pay direct tax, but the municipality can manage this or take charge of this home waste. So the municipality have to take budget from other areas, and that has cost $340 million. This is the cost of this operation. So in the year 2020, we have this strategy to face this negative information, and the strategy has different components. One of them is to take the organic residues from the kitchen and to process it in compost equipment. But as architect and founder of this company, I said, what can I do here? What can I propose to the Ministry of the Environment? And so by looking at the international realities, that a good situation was the drop-off, the public drop-off. And so I took this directly from the city of New York, where I was working a couple of years. And what they are proposing is that the families separate the residues, organic residues, and they take to this public points in the cities. And with this, we are tackling a problem of the 75% cost of dealing with logistics. So if I transfer that cost to the family, so the cost for the municipality, for the private company increases. So this is New York, Manhattan, Brooklyn, part of New Jersey, where there are more than 200 drop-off points for free. Anyone can go there. And so the year 2019, I wonder how can I do here? How can I take this to a Chilean case, a Chilean way? And so we started publishing. You separate the organic waste at home, and you can take it to, let's say, Providencia Commune. And that started June 2019. These are some images. The first day, we had 10 families, but little by little, they, started passing the word, and then in 4 hours, more than 3,500 organic waste were received here. Families were buying these bags and these drop-off points, and then you can see on the left, the families are in the queue waiting for delivering this waste. And we demonstrated the local government of Providencia that there was a desire of the family to separate this organic waste and to separate it. And so this is used for compost, which is a basic substrate from the soil where you are going to seed and then you're going to have food. 100% of this was taken to this plant, which is in Chicureo, a remote area compared to Providencia. But this ended up being compost and sold to farmers. The year 2020, we left for Ñuñoa. These are two important communes and municipalities, Santiago, Providencia, and Ñuñoa. And we reached an agreement with Mayor Milen Rios to be present out in the public space without being charged. And so we repeated the same experience and the success that we had in Providencia. We can think of Providencia and the eastern area of the city with high educational level, and Ñuñoa, proven that all the families from different status could be interested in this recycling process. And the good news is that at the beginning of this year, we signed an agreement with the municipality of Ñuñoa, and they have committed to cover the cost of moving the organic waste from the point where they are received to the compost plant, so that 75% of the cost of moving waste today for my company is literally zero. I just provide training, the drop-off point with some person who are there teaching the people how to separate the organic waste, the different bags, and we have sponsors. And this is the most important thing that has to do with circular economy that I would like to highlight. We have many companies which are selling compostable packaging or products, but no one is composting this. When I buy the coffee capsule, people do not know how to compost. They don't have time, and they don't have the warm compost in. And finally, this ends up in the garbage. So this drop-off compost is that the companies take this, the packaging to this place, and they close in the loop in the end, looking for organic waste. This table is a kind of a summary of the last year in the drop-off of Ñuñoa. And this little red dot on the left is the drop-off point. The green areas are the places where the people live and the people who come to that drop-off point. We have people from different communes around Santiago going to that place. This is a demonstration that people are able to move kilometers and to get on the bus or the bike or the car to reach to this point. And we could demonstrate the local government of Ñuñoa and the municipality of Providencia that this can be done. In summary, in 1 year, we have received more than 94,000 kilograms of organic waste. and this more than the kilograms that we receive is that we change the habits of the people. More than 700 families who are coming every Sunday to this drop-off point. If you multiply this times 4, you are having impacts on more than 4,000 people. So what is our dream? Our dream is that this year we would like to reach to 10 points and Ñuñoa, or more than 200 drop-off points that we have in the city of New York. SR Compost is a company that has 3 impacts, but we have another 2 ones. Education, that we have changed the habits of more than 700 families in a democratic manner without cost. And the 5th impact that is the most important for me is the political impact. We don't need to be waiting for receiving instruction from the central government to the citizen. The citizen, we can also take on our initiatives and to reach agreements. And this is the main call I would like to make here. And the ones who are here in person and the ones who are online, we are a micro enterprise, but we have been able to make big changes. And I would like to finish by showing a video, 2 minutes video, where you can see how people reach to this point every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1400 hours. They do it on bike, in families, and 100% of these organic waste is turned into compost, which is the basis for the farmer's soil. And this is the way how this loop is closed. This is Providencia. This is Pocuro Street, when we have a bike lane, and the people, apart from sport, they can take their organic waste to that place. When we started with this idea, many people told us, Alvaro, who is going to take garbage, as the way they call it, garbage Sunday morning, 10 a.m. And we were convinced that if we had 10 people, they will tell this to other 10 people, and this will be multiplied constantly. And so in the morning, Sunday day, this is, it's education. In other words, I remember the Chilean philosopher Umberto Giannini. He said that while you are at home, you are an individual, but when you want to do something and you go out on the street, you become a citizen. And these people are the citizens of Providencia, citizens of Ñuñoa. This is a set of different communities, not cities isolatedly. And I have to do this, that one by one are adding, providing a solution to this great problem, that is the methane production in the planet. And this is what identifies us. And I invite you, that is to compose is to have a break. It's not tedious. It doesn't take time. It's something that we have to do. This is my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you, Mr. Pineda. Very nice example of bottom-up action. Next topic is about plastics, and this is a hybrid presentation that is divided in 2 parts. One is given by Jimena Peña, and then Carlos Plister. Jimena, she's an entrepreneur working on plastics, has been in this sector for more than 20 years. She's deputy manager of her own company with highly aware about the plastic problem. So She's working on how to contribute to better management of plastics. And from that, and after a lot of investigation, she ended up with what she will present to us now. Hi, I'm Jimena. As Luis have said, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for receiving me here. To be part of the interesting program of circular economy. I'm an entrepreneur working on plastics and started with this and before this introduction, I would like to show you a video which is a kind of a summary of our history, so I can provide you with the context before my presentation. Every year, 8 million tons of plastic reach the sea, and in Chile, from 990 plastic tons used annually, 8.5% is recycled. Damage to the planet that cannot be repaired. The plastic takes from 50 to 500 years to degrade and never disappears. But what would happen if the problems turns into an opportunity? What would happen if we could transform all the plastic waste in products which provides economic, social, and environmental value? All the finished material is there. Jimena Peña, she's an entrepreneur in plastics, 18 years by now. One day she had a vision to change the business model. What everyone sees in the sea, everywhere is a plastic which is not recycled because it's polluted, it's dirty, it's mixed with other plastic products. So there are many products altogether which cannot be separated. So I wonder how we can achieve that or we can reuse all these material. Everyone looked at me as I was crazy. That's not possible. And after looking everywhere, she identified the technology and she started working with Cluster Flister, who provided the solution. I have other origin, the waste and the continuous process. We're moving this material in different formats, and the resulting product is made up of mesoplastic of any origin, whether clean or dirty, with no distinction between themselves. All of this is waste, this is garbage, but this will be our raw material, which is going to be transformed into this, and this will go into this equipment. Every 60 tons of waste processed with this technology, we can avoid 100 trees from being felled. So this can be used for closed process, and this is absolutely clean, a clean process. What one day was waste, now this is a noble matter, and this is a raw material to manufacture houses, roofs, and even roads. And this will be available in Chile at the beginning of 2021. Well, we're going to have technology here in this area. In these premises, we're going to mix any kind of products, contaminated, dirty, and one single product, and we're going to finally get a wonderful material that you will be seeing in the future. With this product, Jimena understood that this was the passion that she had for this business. So I felt that I was had to pay something back, and to avoid all that contamination that exists everywhere, all this pollution that we're hiding and that we don't take charge of. So all these groups which are trying to save the planet and the world, I joined them. I feel that from this other side, I can do something different to change the image of the planet.
Well, this is a bit of a summary of this quest that, as Jose Luis said at the beginning, I've been on this in this industry for 20 years. This talks about 2021 since it's been available because of several obstacles that other speakers have talked about it regarding regulation and legislation, and some obstacles regarding permitting for waste management. And so we unfortunately experienced a delay of almost 2 years, and we were able to start with this on a test run at the end of 2022, and we are in the process at our factory. Materials that are wonderful, that have been accepted in the market. You've seen many people are manufacturing these products. They are using these products and how similar it is to wood. But what's different is that this is 100% recycled material. It has not been washed, it's not sorted. All kinds of plastics are in it, and all the products that cannot be reused. You know, these places where they have you sort different families of plastics. In this case, we bundle all together. Washing is not needed in any other kind of product is needed, and that means that technology allows us to work at an industrial scale, and the amount of processing and product that comes out, it's quite convenient to be able to manage it industrially. That allows us to move tons in our processes. Well, clearly you can see how the process is. Of course, these are large slabs that we manufacture at the end, this material. I have here with me who discovered the technology, one of my partners, but they created the technology, Mr. Carlos Flister and Johan, who are the people who invented this. And I'm going to give them the floor so they can explain not only about the mechanical technology in itself, but other technologies that we are using and that we're working on that are being Chilean 100%, allowed us to have a pilot, and what we have here today. It's an honor to say that we are in different parts of the world, and that it is being used in several parts of the world, but our pilot is in here. This relates to what we've been discussing here in CEPAL. Thank you, Jimena. Let me introduce you, Mr. Flister. Carlos Flister, Johan Flister. Carlos is an inventor who lives in Brazil. He comes from the metallurgical industry from Brazil, and he back in 1995 he founded ICATE, that is born with the purpose of developing and implementing green technologies that turn dry types of waste on profitable products, ecologically acceptable products as well. Since 1995, they've been working on urban, industrial, agricultural, hospital, and electric energy waste that turn solid and liquid waste into biosynthetics that They met with Jimena, they founded Siltec, and they're going to discuss other alternatives for processing plastic waste and others. Carlos, please go ahead. Oh, hello? 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 Yes, can you understand? Yes. First, thank you, Jose Luis. I'm fortunate to be here for all of you. Thank you for the invitation, Jose Luis and your team, to be here at UN at ECLAC. It is a great opportunity for me. I was going to talk in German today. I didn't know whether I was going to speak in Portuguese or in English. And my family, I have a beautiful family here in Chile, where my daughter is here, my son is here with me, and I said, okay, this is Chile, we speak Spanish here, so this is going to be like this. First, I need to apologize because my Spanish is very limited, and I apologize because of that. But I will do my best to communicate with you and to take this opportunity because I'm really pleased to be here. I am coming out of a severe illness. My doctors said, do not travel. And I said, I'm going to Chile. And here I am. Jimena told you a little bit of where this all came from. And not only my company gained partners and customers, I obtained something even more precious, which is a daughter, as I said, and a son, and other people who are part of this family. I have a large family that I consider my family here in Chile.
Bueno, hablando de la tecnología.
Now talking about technology. We could talk for days, but I will try to summarize.
Lo que somos capaces de hacer.
We are able to be innovative in what we do. We started with the idea of developing a biosynthetic wood to replace the WBC in the world, which is based on plastic, coming from waste. And when we started with this, especially in Europe and Germany and Austria, they said, oh, this crazy German, well, this will never exist. You will never be successful with this, they said. And they say Germans are hard-headed, and I have a very hard head as well. A son who has a hard head who supported me with this, and we kept on going. And we wanted to do, because everybody said that it would be technically impossible to develop a product based on plastic waste loaded with other types of waste, such as sawdust, rice husks. Here we're talking about something that is like cement. Cement is the glue, so to speak, and then you add aggregate and sand. But we have the plastics and different categories of plastics that are either mixed or pure, and we add lots of different types of loads, from mining waste, several industrial types of waste, also agricultural waste, sawdust, and many products that have resemble what sand and aggregate are in the case of cement or concrete. So after spending some time in Vienna and Europe, we attended a congress. They called me the crazy guy. But anyway, they all came to talk to me, trying to discover what we were doing, even though we were crazy. In 2017, we kept on working on this. The concrete industry from Spain, the US, and Germany, they discovered us during this Congress in Vienna. And they said, we need this or that. And there was a new chapter that opened up. We started working on plastics from industrial origin, classified plastics that we used. And after a while, important groups from Russia, Argentina, others from Brazil started talking about household waste. And I thought of household waste with terrible odor, etc. I don't want that. But in the end, we started researching, and I confess that was a huge technical surprise in my life. And I'm 70-something years, and I work I've been working on technology for the last 50 years, and I discovered something that is quite impressive. Household waste, for example, household waste comes from everybody's table, after all. And we look at it as something dangerous or so. Secondly, when we talk with people from New York or Moscow or any city or any large city or small city, 50% comes from Latin America of moisture. When we remove moisture from that, which is contaminated water, we discover a completely different world, and we start developing this biosynthetic wood. Technically is a biological and synthetic material at the same time, and we start developing this material with domestic waste or household waste, but we don't stop there only. Market pressure was so much that they said, okay, wood seems fine and it's great, but my group doesn't work with wood. Can you give me another option? We can develop, for example, electric power based on this. Where we haven't thought of that, electric power, but we're going to research it. There was a major surprise as well. In this space, in order to develop biosynthetic wood with household waste, we developed a product that we call CBS in Spanish and Portuguese as well. These are biosynthetic industrial compounds. So it is not waste anymore. It is an industrialized product. And also more recently, solid waste was also discovered, because today with that we do many things in the area of energy, thermal energy, both to produce electric power or to heat up industrial applications, which has been successful not only in Brazil, but we have also expanded to other countries. EKT is a company that was born in Brazil. Today is recognized worldwide. We have projects in several countries. Then we're going to look at some of those projects. Okay, we expanded from CBSC, which is a decontaminated product coming from household waste. I believe we have some samples, right? Yes, we have some samples. This product is an inert product, absolutely decontaminated. Please, the next one. Yes, this product can stay in the rain for 100 years. It's proof. So with CBSE, we produce a fuel based on crude oil. It's identical to a natural one, but very poor in sulfur, very low in sulfur. We produce coal and we produce electric power. Our technology today is not the one that is being used in the world in order to produce energy. This is the only one that actually transforms household waste into an industrial decontaminated product, easy to manage, and this product generates 50% more electric power compared to all of these plants in the world that generate electric power based on natural and household waste. So today we produce oil that can be refined into diesel, always low in sulfur.
Energía eléctrica.
Electric power. So this is a fuel, solid fuel, to heat up anything. We've been able to manage contamination of this product, and this is becoming quite precious for the cement industry. And it's been tested in several countries. What else? And finally, we come back to biosynthetic wood. Biosynthetic wood, it's interesting because all this beautiful construction here could be made with biosynthetic wood without you even notice that it's not natural, and could be there for 100,000 years without degrading. Biosynthetic wood can be put into salt water and can stay there for years, and also in fresh water without decomposing. It's produced here in Chile now at a beautiful facility that can produce thicker boards of this material. And in the future, we will have other formats, such as poles and sleepers, train sleepers. Well, we have this project running, and we've been doing this for quite a while, as I mentioned. In this search, we met with Carlos and Johan. We started with plastic. We also used other technologies, but what's relevant in this, what's important in this is that we can put any kinds of plastic materials. I want to emphasize that because I was really surprised seeing in one of the presentations before regarding the batteries, for example, one of the questions said, well, what happens with the waste that comes out of the batteries? And one of the individuals online, they said the only thing, we recycle almost 95%. The only thing that we cannot recycle is plastic. Well, hopefully we could have him online because we can process that just like all kinds of plastics. What I personally believe, and what the group thinks, and the group that I'm working with now, because there are many present here, my partners that are here, what drove us to build this alliance is the fact that plastic was something, a bit of an enemy, and still is to many people, and that finally what is our motivation is basically after knowing Carlos and Johan, because they have been working on all these technologies that are wonderful, and that hopefully we may have the chance of showing them, exhibiting them, because we pride ourselves for having it, but also worldwide, is all kinds of waste, plastic waste, which is a major issue. Sea everywhere in landfills, it's also a problem. Those plastic islands that are quite destructive.
Bajar, también en las otras presentaciones hablaba mucho.
Also, some what we heard from Guillermo, people's awareness. We need to build awareness. We need to work on that. But I believe with all the work that we are doing, each one of us are doing here together with ECLAC and many other organizations, build that level of awareness and to have these opportunities and to show that technology exists, that entrepreneurs are there, and that we are willing to show ourselves, and so that they can help us show that we can do this, and this exists, and that they do not laugh at our face as many laughed at Carlos many years during congresses, or even at myself, because they thought I was crazy because they said plastic cannot be recycled. Well, that exists already. And I believe being able to knock on those doors and asking organizations and asking the entities that are in charge of legislation that can contribute, and so we can collaborate. So we make it possible for all these entrepreneurship efforts can be developed. Because due to the legislation that exists today, this is what prevents us from going faster. We're working together with the same places so where waste is disposed of. Because it's kind of weird, but I don't know if it's even fun or sad at the same time. I don't know anymore. I was telling Jose Luis at a meeting that having a wonderful technology, having a great pilot plant, and have inventors who are going fast with this and some of the things and not being able to implement them because legislation is slowing us down. This should be to our own benefit. It is frustrating to be in this position. It would be great. And what I heard from Guillermo and from many others during these presentations is almost the same. Besides working with the citizens, and I believe we're all responsible to do that, it is also good that we could work jointly, also with the people who develop the legislation, so that we can grow and cause a whole country, in this case, or a municipality, or as you said, and all of us together, and why not the world, the entire world,
Ir creciendo con esta tecnología, ir mostrando las tecnologías para que podamos.
So that we can show technologies, so we can start cleaning our planet that we all love, especially in the case of plastic, which is being attacked today. It is impossible to do away with plastic. Waste will be here anyhow, but to become friends with them and to build awareness and to help so this can be recycled and reused in the best way possible so that we can all work towards that same end. I don't know, Johan, if you have anything else to add. Something that he wanted to comment here because it's quite a novelty, something that people may don't know. Good afternoon. Is this working? Yes. Okay. Very briefly, CBSE, it's a raw material based on household, farming, or hospital or industrial waste. Is a dry raw material, quite homogeneous, that helps you produce a diesel, heavy fuel oil, synthetic fuel in order to produce our plant as a replacement to coal, lowering emissions, replacing coal in cement production, for example, as a way of decarbonizing. But what's new and came about in this process are two aspects. Two very important aspects. Carbon credits generation. Every ton of household waste that is turned into CBSE, we prevent the formation of 1,900 kilos of carbon into the environment. Then when we use that by replacing coal or in the production of wood as a raw material, we generate for the second time that carbon credit. And this year we started developing a plant in Brazil, our first customer as well, using water that we get out of the urban waste. So when we dehydrate, when we dry it up in the process, we take water in the form of vapor that is condensed and we filter it and we generate a product today which is treated water to be reused for industrial and farming purposes. And the next step is in cities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yorka. Thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Jimena. A round of applause for you for your presentation. And our last presentation in this session by Lisette Rodriguez. She is chair in Universidad Centroamericana, who is going to talk about circular economy in the construction materials industry. Lisette, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The presentation is uploaded. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Human Settlements Unit and also the mentoring of Stephanie Rendon, who supervised this study that was conducted thanks to the funding of the French government. This is called Strategy on Circular Economy for El Salvador by Lisette Rodriguez. We're both architects and researchers and academicians of the UCA University. El Salvador is maybe the smallest country in Latin America, is in Central America, together with Guatemala and Honduras, 13 degrees in latitude, tropical climate, and this has a huge impact on construction. Besides, we also belong to the countries that are next to the fire belt. We have a similar seismic gap, similar to the one in Chile, and safety and climate become drivers for the development of materials and any type of innovation that is intended. In this diagnostic, our objective was to research the implementation of circular economy strategies in the specific construction industry for social housing.
Let us remember that housing is a right, and it's in the Constitution, it's a human right. So, although we did have some limitations on promoting sustainable construction, creation of employment. So in addressing all of these points, we started researching what was really happening. So for this, we asked ourselves many questions. But this graph summarizes the complexity of sustainability in building. Remember that a building is a repository of materials, and the union of these materials, which do nothing by themselves, it's only their interaction that put together a construction system that should provide a service for example, isolation of heat or retaining heat in the case of cold areas to give it resistance, also in case of an earthquake. So during the cycle, the ISO standard, a building in its life cycle goes through different phases and stages. We start with the extraction of the raw materials, all those materials, all the way to the manufacturing, construction, transportation, and the put into service. And then there's the useful life for which the building was used. Normally, the laws request 50 years, and in those 50 years, many different things can happen. And by then, the designers no longer exist. But in order to be responsible, and it's important to say because in the last few stages, it's precisely the end of the useful life, and that's what the discussion has been placed on. Because in the last 20 years, the Latin American laws, which is one of the latest, it is important to say that there are 16 indicators that the European Union have implemented, and energy materials are there. And I want to highlight 2.4, which is designing for deconstruction. That is to say, designers have to think that it's not only about just constructing the building and using it, but also 50 years later, even if we're no longer here, what's going to happen with all of those materials? So this has to do with all of the systems to see how recoverable these buildings can actually be. We've all heard the discourse on the sustainable strategy, the most sustainable strategy, or the most sustainable project or material. That is the one that is not constructed really, because construction has irreversible impacts, even if it has a green certification. So it's going to have an impact. So if in the next 50 years we're going to have renewable energy for the building, how can we decrease the carbon footprint? Remembering always that the energy and CO2 are precisely the currency that is used for this kind of analysis. So here we could think about the closing of the material cycle. And it's great that the previous presenters talked about innovation, because that could be one possible solution. Because let us remember that the building has the income and output. Input, all of the raw materials, and output is all the waste. And these materials already include recycled materials, and that means that we are avoiding the use of fossil fuels, for example. And then we have to think what's going to happen with the useful life of these materials. For this, with this in mind, and I apologize because the pictures are small, but we collected cases where we thought that as researchers we had participated. So the first one is the publication of a technical sheet for each case. So we classify them in three: small, medium, and large, just as if they were clothing items. So S, and this is not ours, by the way, this we took from a Chilean researcher. S considers materials, studying materials and trying to find the sustainability virtues for circularity. The first two pictures are plastic plates that I developed with a set of students over the period of 4 years. We recovered the PET from university campuses at 5,000 in one semester, and we started manipulating them, working on them. And I do have to say that we did have to purify it, because what we wanted to do was to characterize the strength of the performance of the material once already placed in its second useful life. In the works, there were engineers and colleagues, chemists, industrial and mechanics to characterize the material. So the polymers, in this case PET, converted into a new material, and it's simply a lining for walls that could be used instead of ceramic tiles. We were thinking about the shell, light material without too many goals. We wanted to solve the isolation. We wanted it to be safe, because we know that polymers have the tendency to move almost like spaghetti, but when you do that with heat or with ultraviolet light, now 14% decreases its strength, and that was really disappointing because, sure, we're solving an environmental problem, but we also have to keep into consideration its useful life and the performance that it's going to have. I can't use recycled material if after 5 years we only have additional waste, and then in the third cycle we cannot really use it. So that is part of a book that we published on this. And together with the PET project, we also have this other one, the Research Center on the vernacular technologies, which is an institution in El Salvador which guarantees access to self-construction and housing. You can see that many of these construction techniques are techniques that have been transferred from France and from Peru. After the earthquakes in 2001 in El Salvador, we received a lot of help in terms of development, cooperation from Japan. Many labs were set up, and these are large structural labs where we tested the techniques in order to test the strength of the adobe. So when with the earth materials, they can work, they can develop self-construction, and they can even improve the performance in terms of efficiency of construction. Yet what I'm showing here, these are non-industrial materials. So our approach was focusing on construction without lots of machinery, trying to collect the waste and to see how to put it together. Then M was two projects. One is a Colombian patent that presented by the thermoplastic industry through ProInnova, and they have developed here with plastic bags. They have compressed them, they put together a kind of Lego, and they put together a small house. The big question marks that came up when that prototype was whether they were resistant to fire and other adversities. So there's still quite a lot to be proven in these new inventions or innovations. These issues are that society faces how to be solved, but it does have a lot of structural services and benefits. Construction, for example, man hours, volume. And then the second one here is from Nicaragua through the Italian corporation. We have developed this program with pallets. I was in charge of this, and it was approved and it shared with the construction authority, which did not normally approve it because originally the law says that if it's not part of the regulatory plan, then we have to give evidence that the construction is safe for the users. So we put together the calculations, and with a multidisciplinary group, we did a scale prototype and demonstrated that it worked. So we got the permit, and the Italian corporation was able to develop it. Part of the conditions, though, is having the money and precisely including circularity concepts and materials with recycled components. And then L, these are projects, and I have two cases here from Undesal. This was a discussion that we have with Diego and Stephanie. These are projects of urban intervention. This is urban projects. So these are formal housing with large-scale materials, but not highly industrialized. And buildings that, again, were self-built, where the owners get involved. So to talk about the life cycle, the basics, the material, the raw material analysis is the carbon incorporated, energy incorporated in all of the materials coming into the project. And what I have here is two databases, one from Bath University and EPDs, which are the environmental declarations of the products. There's an institution that guarantees that they carry out an analysis and they validate the life cycle and guarantees the carbon indicator, the carbon inventory. So I'm showing here two pieces of information that are public, that a designer can use. For example, I want to design a building with a low footprint. So they can go to databases, and there they can come across these materials. So I have 4 pictures here: a pre-cast iron, wood, pre-framed, concrete. All of this is from El Salvador, from the university campus. And how can we do then this recovery? We have here the indicators that we have, the CO2 indicators, and out of the 1,900 kilos per ton. Now, unfortunately, this database does not include materials that have recycled components. So we are still technologically or scientifically speaking quite dispersed and diverse with the data, especially In the Latin American region, the pioneer is Costa Rica. Even the energy mix, they are sustainable because they have renewable energies, and we are second. 80% is renewable, 80% of our energy. So everything that we do is sustainable because it's made with that clean energy. Yet, we always depend on the imports of fossil fuels raw material. And there we face a problem with that. Wanting to prove that our project is fully sustainable, we didn't find the data that we needed. So in this study, we compared, we put together a weighted criteria matrix. We analyzed 7 different construction systems. The first 3 are the Beijing project from Japan, and then it gave us the regulation. The next 2 are the most used, also studied by Japan, but this census shows that these are the mostly used, and then the last 2, we wanted to compare them with recycled systems under certain efficiency criteria. In the matrix, we analyzed economic factors, the cost per square meter for a 50 square meter unit. We compared all of the system. The technical factor also that includes the construction efficiency. Let us remember that in the least amount of time, also interests are decreased. Also, the environmental factor. There we use the heat transfer indicators, CO2, and social cultural factor, which is the acceptance that the system has. So here we looked at recycled, vernacle, and semi-industrialized. And the vernacular ones were the ones that given the low cost, zero carbon footprint, and how these how much the population is used to using that, but it's competitive. Well, lastly, here, after having a discussion and after looking at different cases, we carried out a SWOT analysis. And we did this to the implementation of the strategies of the circular economy. And we know that strengths and weaknesses is intrinsic. So as a country, we already have regulations, we have laws, we still need to implement the regulation, actually, the instructions in order to better manage, to be more effective in managing waste, especially from the construction industry. Yet, still, the market moves according to supply and demand, as was mentioned in the morning by brokers. And we already have the house certification. This has been a great step. And also the lead regulation. We have the house certification from RAMS from El Salvador. But in the weaknesses, we can say that there are still no tax incentives. Current legislation does not consider all the sectors. There's no real sectorial analysis. There are documents and literature, but especially there's no country database or city database where we can say we have a certain percentage recycled in the construction sector, so much and so many materials, because this is still new. So after the certificate, what we need is we need to collect all of the information and store it, because if we can't see it, we can't improve. So within opportunities and threats, well, just myself being here is an opportunity, giving all of the programs that ICLAC has, the roadmaps on the different countries, as was explained in the morning, the leading countries, Mexico, Chile, Brazil, Colombia, which were the cases that were presented during the morning. And then among the threats, we have to say that 70% worldwide waste in Latin America are sent to landfills. So we went to our landfills, and plastics are a reduction in efficiency of about 40% in the daily cells. So knowing this, the municipal consortium still did not want to put the separated recycling plant because they had to fight with black market. So they end up competing against the informal market, and it's millions of people that make a living with that activity. So in concluding, As we have seen in this symposium, we have many opportunities for productive development. It's still only just beginning in the region, at least in construction, because we have seen that in electromobility, we are leaders. We require changes in public policies, and our region participates through the ministries of environment in the COP conferences, and there are some commitments that we're holding on. The material recovery processes and recycling is only possible in the informal market, and it's a business case which is not very constructive. And the Colombian solution that I showed you, that is like a Lego, they had to stop because they were facing two issues. One, there wasn't enough waste, and the landfill says that there's too much plastic. So there's a bit of a contradiction there. There's a bit of a contradiction there. But also there's no entity that brings us all together, those who research, those who invest, because even if we're in different sectors, we're all consumers of all of these systems. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much. Okay, I want to start then with the discussion and the Q&A. Let us go. Let us have a maximum of 15 minutes, and after that we have some coffee. We're having coffee in 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes. Off you go. Questions. I have one to begin with. So Carlos, why don't you go ahead if you have a question? Yes, this is a question for Jimena. Jimena, you mentioned the changes in the regulation in order to get the new technologies to penetrate. And I wanted to know, do you have a clarity for the case of Chile and that technology? Which are the regulation changes that you need? If you can share those with us. Wait, because I want to add something on top of that question, which could be very similar, but that has to do with what Lisette has just shared with us, and that is, very informally speaking, how does the recycler make a deal with the person from the landfill, who is the person that has the permits to recycle, or the other way around? How can the recycler avoid things going to the landfill? How is that issue solved? Jimena, go here. Okay, I will pass it over here to Jose Ignacio, because he's the expert that can talk about these legal aspects. Yes, in trying to answer the question, and let me say that we come across precisely that problem. We have the project, which is lovely. It's a wonderful project, but when materializing it, we came across the fact that we did need a certain permit, and there was two ways of approaching it. One was to go to a landfill, and since it's a pilot, we didn't want to start with the household waste because there are more complexities involved there. So we wanted to start on the industrial end. And this meant that we had to put together a partnership with a recycling company that was already set up, that already had the permits for quite some time, that had the environmental qualification, had already gone through the 10 or 11 ministers to get that environmental qualification, 2 or 3 years of administrative processes, and it was the only way of really fast-tracking our setup and doing it in such a short period of time, which was only 3 years instead of the year and a half that we had originally thought. So, as a question, yes, today, given the legislation, and although industrial waste, I mean, let's not even talk about garbage, because there is a real clear definition as to which are landfills, which are legal, which are illegal, and given the set of laws, then our project would have to go through that. But since we went to the industrial end, it's still waste, and we had to have a final disposal certificate given the current legislation. And for that, we had to put this partnership together. Otherwise, we would still be there waiting for an approval from the ministry. So as a conclusion, what Jimena was trying to say is that we have to open up to the fact that there are industrial waste and household waste, and which are not hazardous or toxic. And so there has to be a breakdown of those kind of waste. And it could be for things such as products that are new materials and that have tremendous number of uses that we cannot even imagine. I hope that with that I have answered the question. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. Just to supplement that, I want to say that we have been part of this process for 30 years, and we have been working with several countries. And there are cases like, for example, the one of the United States. And there are different situations in different states. In Argentina, the situation is totally different. In the case of Brazil, the situation is yet again different. So I think it's a very good question, because it's a matter of concern, and there are some things that are importantly involved. For example, there is a transportation of waste material, and also transportation towards landfills. Or maybe we need first to transform and then to transport. What is the end consumption? I saw one of the presentations with these popular households were also been involved in that for decades. So there should be regulation around those topics. And we know that that depends on politicians and political will. But things are moving, slowly but moving. Our customers, many of them work with technology, but at the end, customers, the end users, are looking for technology. In the south of Brazil, there's a very good plant that sells everything for the manufacturers of the bodies of trucks. Or also, I know that you're thinking about selling to the industry or the concrete industry. These are markets that do not require heavy regulation. Thank you. Guillermo. Well, just as an additional element that I would consider important in the regulation is recalling the extended producer responsibility concept. Well, the importance that the manufacturer, that the producer has in the whole reverse logistic chain and providing value back to the materials. When we talk about extended producer responsibility, we often tend to forget that there is a commitment there by the manufacturer of setting up a collection system that will allow us to link the recycling and the recycling goal to the product that they introduce into the market. So this is one topic that has been rather complicated to implement, at least in Costa Rica, although it has been part of the regulation for the last 12 years. Until 1 year ago, it was still a voluntary quota issue. And what we've seen works in Europe is precisely that. When establishing those management integrated systems, compliance and traceability, we force them to implement extended producer responsibility with figures and volumes allocated to the producers. So economy finds a way of funding what otherwise would be very difficult if we left it only in the hands of the generators or the consumers. Go ahead. Thank you. My name is Oscar Vidal, and scholar from University of Viña del Mar, but I'm also a professional from the sanitary and the health department from the municipality of Valparaiso. I like the presentations very much. Lisa, I'm from Chile, but my mom is from El Salvador. So I was very happy to hear your presentation. I wanted to share with you a reflection regarding the regulation, because we have the sanitary code that regulates everything that has to do with waste management. The ERP was passed, and the regulations and the directives are coming into use, but the sanitary code is linear. So all of the waste have to get to a final destination, which has to be authorized. So if new regulations are set up that allow us to unbundle this, then we can have the circularity, for example, for the case of batteries and other waste products. And the same thing regarding permits. And what is currently happening with the environmental assessment system. In Chile, we currently have a situation of sanitary contention in all of the landfills that are in operation, but this situation is also up to a limit. And in fact, there are some areas in the country that have some very complex situations, because if landfills are closed, then they have final disposal site. So the infrastructure of the circular economy and the circular management of waste products will allow for a way out when it comes to these problems. And I really like the presentation from Alvaro, because more than 50% of the waste are organic waste. The WHO tells us that there are 40 diseases at least that are linked to this waste, and they have to do precisely with the organic component. If we remove the organic component from waste, we're going to provide a solution to many problems. So the question is precisely for you then. Specifically, and I didn't see this in your presentation, what is the final disposal of compost? We know that we have a very demanding regulation for compost, and for us, we like to say that once the waste has been stabilized, for example, in order to improve the soil, the question is then what is the final disposal site? But also I have a doubt. What is the rejected percentage that you have within your plant? Because one part is compost, but then necessarily there's another part that does have to go to a final landfill. Thank you so much.
Por la pregunta. Sobre lo primero, el destino del compost, la normativa chilena tiene dos tipos de compost, el A y el B, que su diferencia es básicamente la calidad. Y gran parte, yo diría que el 80% va para la agricultura. Y el 20% va a mejorar suelos en vistas de la reforestación. Y sobre la otra pregunta, la cantidad de rechazo es mínima, yo diría que es del 2%, porque se exige mucho que el residuo orgánico que llega a una planta esté libre de plástico, vidrio, metales y de algunos residuos que cuestan más compostarlo, como son las proteínas. Sin embargo, eligiendo
elements included, and you can have 100% of that. And those contaminants or pollutants would be minimum.
Gracias por ello.
Sí, muchas gracias.
So thank you very much. I will close up here. Enrique, you have the floor first. So according to what I heard in the presentation by Carlos, we're speaking of two different technologies, because you have a technology where you can put a plant in a landfill that is producing energy, electric power, water, and well, it consumes all the organic elements, and it has a waste that is used with the second technology to produce this kind of wood. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Yes, exactly. The generation of ashes is by using this fuel, 3 or 4% that we combine with plastic, and we use this biosynthetic wood, and therefore we're using 100%, and we finally obtained 74%. So this plant in a landfill, the installation would produce energy, water. It would consume the organic waste as well. And this would be converted into water and ashes. And this would go finally to the biosynthetic wood industry or factory. That will depend. In Chile, we need to have a few regulations. That is to say, you need to observe some regulations because there is a standard according to which you can receive everything, and to convert this into a benefit for the community where the landfill is requires a special law. And I understand that you also produce biodiesel. So energy, biodiesel, and ashes to produce this biosynthetic wood. And you would be able to use all the plastic in the landfill installations. Yes, we had meetings with them, and they would be our partners because that's where the problem resides, where we have the problem of waste finally. But coming back to the issue of laws, that is where we have some roadblocks, where we need some permits in order to implement the system finally. That is to say, in common words, I understand that the landfill or the factory should be disguised as a landfill. Yeah, we would not be competitors, but partners to them. Good afternoon, Lilian Allenson. I'm architect, and I worked in what Jose Luis described at the beginning in a study of traceability of plastic, and we succeeded to meet the Jimena Carlos and this group. And we were astonished because this is a work that extended for over a year. And we didn't find anywhere where we could speak about the recycling of all plastics. And this is the most important thing for us, that is to say, the major issue and the main sorrow for mankind, because we understand that this is very serious problem. So when I met Jimena and this group who showed this technology that can be examined and proved, and we started to work together and to see what happened with the authorities, not only in Chile, but throughout Latin America. And we work with competent lawyers, and we started to move and make progress to see how we should modify the different landfills. And the most important thing is to understand that we still call waste what is not anymore a waste when garbage becomes finally a resource in the consciousness of authorities fundamentally. We are going to use a different kind of language. And this has been very interesting because in this process of having meetings with different and many municipalities in order to know the problems of each one of them, because the regions are different. We also have different realities of garbage in the
And also, we had meetings with the farmers and the miners and what they do with the plastics. And we realized that this story that has been hidden but finally is disclosed will require different language because we should be able to help, and the architects themselves should be helping as we see a material coming up, such as the bio wood. And we are already working, as a matter of fact, to see how we can include it first in the social housing. And this is a topic that we can further elaborate with my colleague from El Salvador. And this project is already in place, and we need to regulate this process because we should be able to say that this material will be finally used. The biowood should be as a jeans, that is to say, cross-cutting. Everybody can wear that, from the modest kind of dwellings up to the upper class housings. And this is a concept that we are working with. We're working with the government authorities as well as with the people that come to know this technology, who are the owners of the landfills, and that were supposed to be enemies, but finally they are opening up their minds and they are willing to become part of the synergies of the circular economy. Thank you, Lilian. Well, it's already 4:06, and we are just 2 minutes from coffee break. Hugo Munoz, ecology in your district, neighborhood, and we also deal with the organic waste. And I would like to invite you to reflect upon all these technologies that are very valuable. But I would like to highlight this discussion and to say that we are undergoing a lot of desertification and loss of soils, and this is something that is going to be worsening in some years. And we have a parallel emergency that will have many implications if we do not approach it right now. So we have to see how we tackle this issue, and we should have processes that are more agro-friendly, allowing to regenerate life, the soil that is dying. And therefore, it would be very positive that the organic waste were used for this objective. We have many resources for plastics and many others that can be allocated to construction. Therefore, this is the reflection. Additionally, this heritage is fundamental so that the future generations have a consistent health status, because we are what we eat. We should leave aside the agrochemicals and to retake these organic wastes as the basis. So we are going to close up here because we said that this morning that the incentives should be well aligned. And what we are seeing here with this combination of regulations and technology is that we could have different approaches, as Lydia already said, where we would have as input the production what we call the waste for types, and there are specific technologies for them, and we could avoid the step to send these wastes to the landfills if they have to go through all these steps. So we'll finish here. And if you don't want coffee, better don't go out, because we just have 1 minute for block number 3, where we'll see the policies for the countries. And we'll start at 4 or 4:10. In 10 more minutes, I will have my coffee very quickly and come back here to resume. I suggest you to do the same. Thank you.
Vayamos tomando asiento, que si no los que nos ven por virtual se van a perder. Creo que tenemos a todos.
Voy al comité de proyectos, sacrosanto comité de proyectos.
Oye, mañana empezamos.
Tú cierras aquí.
Bueno, vamos a empezar la última sesión.
We are going to start with the last session.
Que por cierto nos va a permitir
And
de los panelistas hacerles algunas de las
given the quality of the panel members, we're going to ask them also some questions about the topics that were covered in the previous panel. This session will cover experiences in terms of circular economies in cities and countries. I'm Carlos de Miguel, head of Sustainable Development Policies Division. We work circular economies with the Human Settlement Division, and we work other topics as well, which are connected with this, but with circular economy, environmental, legislative aspects, and related to some productive sectors such as mining sector, what we call secondary mining, that has to do mainly with recovering materials and to mine not underground but on the surface. So I wanted to mention that it called my attention some of the things which were previously mentioned. And I wanted to remind you that there is an OECD report that the 2060 we're going to have the double use of materials compared to what we have today, and that gives you an impressive numbers. If we see this in disaggregated terms, and biomass will increase 2-3 times, but non-metallic minerals will increase 4 times. So that means that if we continue with this trend, if we continue with marginal recycling, we're going to have a significant pressure on our resources. But at the same time, we see great opportunities because the use of materials will be that. But that doesn't mean that we will have to take them from hydrocarbons or nature, and we have to include this in the circular system. That's why this is so important. To see technologies of the private sector, but also to cover policies and how from the public sector we can modify actions and take the appropriate actions. And so the technologies finally are part of all these systems. So in this last session, we're going to have some national some international and national experiences. And we are going to have first Analia Flores. She's the head of cabinet, the General Directorate of Recycling and Circular Economy of the Ministry of Public Space and Urban Hygiene and the government of City of Buenos Aires. And she will provide also a view that is the view of the governments. We already had the private view, now we want to have the opposite. I would like to know, how do you coordinate with the national and subnational level in terms of developing regulations so the private sector can make progress in this endeavor? Analia, you've got 15 minutes to cover your topic. Okay. Thank you so much, ICLAC and GIZ, for this invitation to be here. It's a pleasure, it's empowering, is to go out of our daily activities and to listen to other experiences, how to go back with our minds plenty of ideas and to see what are we doing now in terms of circular economy. And I think that the gap that we have identified between the theory of circular economy, that there's no doubt that this is where we have to go to, and we have to pursue that, but we also have the duty to join what is realistic and what is this desire. And this is it. This is circular economy. A lot of road to walk and a lot of things to do. Buenos Aires is 203 square kilometers divided in 15 communes. Today we have, well, 3 million inhabitants, and we in the city, we manage 5,254 tons of waste. And the right, you see the type of residues composition, and then of course, well, I mean, the aggregates are the highest numbers, and then we will cover these in terms of the fractions that we're covering and working throughout the city. Well, in terms of milestones in 2002 and after a major crisis in Buenos Aires, where that was the origin of the recycler, and then through a law, we established the recycler as part of the hygiene system of the city in 2005. We have the law of zero garbage with progressive steps towards achieving the total disposal of waste from 2005 to 2021. We work in many varieties, but 2021, we have the Directorate of Recycling and Circular Economy. That was a foundational milestone in terms of where we're going to. The same year, we launched the Circular Economy Network. We adhere the Declaration of Circular Cities at ICLAC, and then November 2022, we have the Circular Economy Law, which provides us with a framework of how we promote and we leverage different sectors in this regard. 2022, and for the third year, the goals are renewed in terms of the climate action plan, or PAC in Spanish, with the targets by 2050. Action lines. Well, on one hand, we have the development of a roadmap and how we promote circularity of the urban solid waste, raise awareness and cultural change in each key actor, citizens, industries, and market, and promoting sustainable transport.
En lo que es la estrategia
in terms of circular economy strategy and the roadmap we're working in now, I mean, as we heard, experiences in the morning, some cities are working on this already. Some others are in the process of working on this. In our case, circular economies provided us with a framework to have this roadmap divided in two phases. Today, we're in phase one, when we are making an analysis, a diagnosis of all the value chains of Buenos Aires. We have a lot of information which from the Ministry of Economic Development, Production, the Ministry of the Environment, and to unify all that information in one single analysis to define what are the value chain behind all this, we need to cover this to go to the second stage, that is strategic planning itself. Three of these value chain will help us in the transition towards a circular Buenos Aires. Thanks to the support of ICLAC, we are in phase 1 now in diagnosis, and we are having some dialogue and discussions to make progress towards phase 2. Well, here is to provide you with an outlook about what we do with waste in Buenos Aires city. Always has to do with the dry recyclable waste, plastic, paper, cardboard. We have a very robust system in Buenos Aires, recycling system, where we work with 12 cooperatives. We have, this means 6,100 jobs, and all what is collected in Buenos Aires go to the 16 green centers where we separate and package all these materials. And then we work on, we have worked on the cultural change as well. Last year, we began in implementing the idea to have a green container every 50 meters, and throughout the city. We are recovering the organic fraction. This is not all, it's a part of the waste, but we have a strategy, and it's there where we're going to. I heard many comments along this line. Many people think that this is the right way. And we have a plant of organic recovery waste, and we have 3 compost sites. We have 260 points from restaurant, hotels, and neighbors who once a week they can bring the organic waste to the green collection points. And we have these organic posts where the people get, I mean, we are reaching 41 points where people are bringing their waste, and the commitment is really amazing. This is in an incipient level today, but to scale this up, we need more communication, more awareness. And today we are now focused on separation between dry and rest of waste, but by thinking of planning and roadmap as how to incorporate organic waste. This is our focus today. We receive a special waste in this green points, and we have a forest waste and another one from aggregates, where we reclaim all the debris and constructions waste that exist throughout the city. The circular economy network was launched in 2021, aimed at creating an articulation space with different sectors, not only talking to the neighbors of the city, but also the private sector, the civil society, and entrepreneurs. And here, with these 340 members, which number is increasing, we're looking for opportunities to develop different projects. Here, I brought some examples of how, with the private sector, how we can leverage circularity of materials. And this is the case in Nestle company. We reached an agreement to receive coffee capsules and green points. Another company is Pulpac, Veralia. Pulpac, they are working with glass, and through investments and agreements also between the city of Buenos Aires and cooperatives and private sector, we can promote marketing of this, and so cooperatives can get more of these materials, and the private sector may commit with them to buy those materials. And in the case of Terra, we are working with a fund to subsidize and improve the sales price, and these are low recyclability plastics, and those materials which go through the system, such as trays or bags. Although there is a great structure, there are some plastics which are not used, and this fund is focused on low recyclable materials. We work also with infrastructures, receiving what we call the Botella Amor, which is to use let's say, these bottles to then produce plastic wood. What you said at the beginning, Carlos, about the articulation with the private sector, I think that there are great opportunities in this regard, great opportunities of communication, and to talk about the extended producer responsibilities, and to think of these regulatory frameworks which should be articulated and agreed as much as possible with every sector, but also we have some power in terms of meeting targets. There are some recovery targets which are very high, and to succeed, regulatory frameworks are requested. And then I think that there are great opportunities to work together with the private sector. This chapter is more focused on the cultural change to raise awareness of our neighbors and all the key stakeholders. Last year, we worked on projects to give 1 million of eco beans, or ecotacho in Spanish. And so the neighbors have no excuse to not separate the waste. And there were 150 people who were, reaching every home and dialogue with the homeowners there and delivering these eco beans. And the neighbors should trust the system. They should see the system as something real. And the effort of separating the waste is real, in terms of that something will be recovered from that. We have the Green Seal to incentivize the private sector, recognizing some practices of the circular economy in terms of the network. We're working with many entrepreneurs who have many things to think of how to develop projects, and we had a catalog of products. So the service, the companies, and we as government have the great opportunity to change all what has to do with public procurement. And well, many times entrepreneurs need to reach, fulfill those targets and reach the existing gaps, and we have to go with them in all these processes. Environmental promoters are part of the recycling cooperative, and these women, more than 120, almost 150 women, who were daily participating in workshops, raising awareness about this and telling all the stories about these employment generation, and to have a first-hand narrative in this regard. And finally, what is in terms of cultural change, we have green ambassadors. Green ambassadors, something that we have, is a way that came up to a man to how to talk to the neighbor, because from the state, from the government, sometimes the neighbors, they don't want to listen what we have to tell them anymore. And so our goal is to reach 80% separation at the point of origin. So how can we do that? We have created these green ambassadors brand name, which moves a lot in the social media, and identifies those neighbors who are really there for everything, because apart from separating, they are ambassadors, green ambassadors, and we have to give them the tools to be the multipliers. And we are all the time, developing and going towards this cultural change, and providing with different messages to the citizens. And finally, the fourth axis has to do with promoting sustainable transport. We are talking a lot about the 15 minutes walk city, and after the pandemic, this has speeded up. This is very incipient to us, especially today. This is linked to all we have to do with trade in the proximities, in the boroughs, through street markets as well. We have a lot of things to do here, and we hope that next year we're going to bring you more information to listen more about this and what has to do with transport. And in the framework of the Climate Action Plan, the goal of the city by 2030 is to have 30% of the private cars, or cars with low emissions, 75% of the passengers using public transportation systems, and the 50% of taxis with zero emissions. So this will increase up to 100% by 2050. We have a specific area for transportation here. And if you want to have more information, I can provide you the contact information here, because there are a lot of things that are being done in these areas. And I know that you have this here, and in this Buenos Aires city, every day we have more bike lanes to promote this type of mobility. Well, this is all what I have to say, and this is all what I tried to bring here as a little bit of everything, all the main projects that were involved. We have more information, and we have a long way to go. We're confident that the roadmap that we're working in now will gather a lot of information, and these documents gives us the clue for the future management activities and where we have to go to, and many of the things that we have shared today. So thank you so much. Thank you, Analia. In fact, that connection with transport and other areas of circular economy, this is very important. In fact, we are working with retrofit a lot, with urban vehicles, buses, which is part of a circular economy, how to create a new productive change and make the change. Thomas Lasayette, you've got the floor now. We have discussed a lot about circular economy. He is head of the legislative office of the Ministry of the Environment of Chile, country which has implemented a lot of many laws in terms of extended producer responsibility. He will talk about this and the components of organic waste in the development of middle income level. And so, Tomás, you've got the floor.
Sí. Thank you. I had a presentation. Can we please show the presentation? Well, we're doing several things. First of all, thank you for the invitation. There are several things that we are doing, so I'm happy to answer those during Q&A. But the presentation is specifically about the work that has been done in terms of organic waste for a while. So I have several slides that I need to go through this very quickly. And the idea is to tell you about what we are doing, but at the same time, the whole story, how we started, has been great. So let's go ahead. First, some of the things that you know regarding the diagnostic. In Chile, just like many places in the world, almost half, or in the case of Chile, more than half of the typical waste bag from a household are organic waste. And we're doing very little with that. Today, Chile produces 4.3 million tons of waste, municipal waste, and not industrial waste, which is separate. But less than 1% of that has value. Most of organic waste from cities are still going in the best place to landfills, but in many cases to waste dumps or unregulated landfill. You know that there are consequences to that, and a major consequence are the greenhouse gas emissions, because this waste rots and methane is produced. That is a powerful GHG, but this is not the only problem. In Chile, we have a serious problem with final disposal of this waste. What I'm showing here with these tables is that we currently have close to 42 landfills that are active, but we have more than 70 waste dumps. A landfill is a major standard because there's a regulation. So we have increased the level of, there are many waste sites with no biogas capture or installation. And many of those are still operating because there are no other choices. And many landfills are about to end their life. And there are 6 that should have been shut down in 2022, but they still operate because there are no other choices.
Si bien se ha avanzado,
although progress has been made, actually in 2012, 68% of municipal waste were being taken to landfills, and by 2022, we went up to 87. We have increased infrastructural standard, but it's becoming obsolete, and we know that building new final disposal infrastructure is extremely expensive. Communities oppose it, so we cannot think only about where we build our next landfill. We need to start thinking of how to release the pressure on this infrastructure and how we rely less on it. And that's when circular economy kicks in. It is a problem that has a significant social component. Frequently on the news, we see crisis of waste, a collapse of a landfill here, or a fire. The south of Chile in Magallanes, there's a final disposal site that has had a fire, an uncontrolled fire for years. So it is a serious problem, and the problem has a very important economic aspect. Close to $500 million a year are spent by municipalities in waste collections. Is about what it's actually collected, because of the taxes based on that is less than 1/3 of that. So the municipalities that
están absolutamente desfinanciados y tienen
need to devote resources that should be going elsewhere to this problem. Building, instead of building sport fields, they need to invest on this. Waste management is a priority, of course, and if a municipality has to choose, will solve that problem first than any other. So this is a black hole for many municipalities, because the resources that are needed will be used because it's key, it's a priority for municipalities, but many times to the detriment of others. And this is because of structural problems we have, where we have a significant number of the households that do not pay this tax, others that should pay the tax but do not pay this fee or tax because of the problem in the collection system, and only a small percentage of the population pay for that. And this shows what's on the left, that only 1/3 of it is collected.
Al centro de
So waste collection is at the center of financial problems, social problems, and environmental problems. So how do we address this issue? In different ways. In Chile, of course, we are in the implementation of an extended producer responsibility legislation that was enacted this year in January. The goals for tires, and now on September 16th, the goals for packaging material are going to be enforced. We have approved some of those plans, but we are in the process of reviewing them. So this year, this legislation will be enforced, and there will be selective collection, and there's going to be significant changes as of next year, particularly in the case of packaging material that we see every day. But the law regulates other priority groups that we're working on.
Entonces la REP va a ser
And we need to expand this. This is going to be a significant component, especially packaging material, which is close to 27% of household waste. We also have a circular economy roadmap, which is the long term. Here we're talking about a change in terms of the production structure of Chile that we hope will contribute to solving this problem, but also in the long term, because this is a very profound transformation. The roadmap has innovation, culture, regulation, and territory as priorities. And if all this happens the way we believe, this will lead to contribute to solve this problem. But we also have something much more focused, which is a national strategy,
en donde se aborda
in which we address the directly municipal waste and what to do with them. So we are going to delve into this, which is the main part of this presentation. First, we need to say that this national organic waste strategy is part of a story. The Ministry of the Environment started working on municipal organic waste and how to deal with this and how to deal with it as of 2017, with a program that is called Recicla Orgánicos, in which the Canadian government made a generous contribution of about $7 to $8 million to set up a project, a 5-year project, that was quite fruitful, which was the base of everything that came after. We're going to see the details soon. With the support of that Recicla Orgánico program, we developed a national strategy, which took about 1.5 years of discussions, a participatory process. We set up a committee and a strategy was set up. Now, inside the Circular Economy Office that I lead today, we created a program that is intended to apply what was developed in the ENRO. It's a modest program. We devote 2 people in the team to this agenda, but at least we have 2 individuals that are devoted 100% in supporting this so that we can do the things that came out of that strategy. And today, we have a bill on organic waste that going from a non-binding instrument, which is a strategy, to a piece of legislation with enforceable sanctions and penalties, that this really achieves the progress that is needed in order to achieve or meet the environmental commitments. In the case of organic waste and how this started, in different fields of action, there was a strong component of reducing methane emissions from the waste sector, not only by differentiated organic waste management, but also by sequestering biogas from landfills with pilot plants. There was also work on MRV, monitoring, verification, and reporting protocols, so that in the future we can have participatory processes in national and international carbon markets, leveraging financing was another component important, and also building awareness. And some of the results of this program, just a few, because there are many others, 22 programs that are technically and financially supported. that are expected to reduce 9.5 million tons of CO2 by 2040, 15 compost initiatives, 2 initiatives on biodigestion, and 5 initiatives to sequester gas. And more than 40 municipalities are technically advised, delivering composting equipment and also others. Then we go to second link, which is the organic waste national strategy. The main objective is to significantly increase the valuation rate of organic waste managed at municipal level. And the idea with the ENRO and how this connect with other public policies is what we see next. What we expect to do is that we go from what Chile has today, which is one waste truck that collects everything from homes, plus recycling projects in municipalities for bottles and plastics, but very premature. But we intend to have differentiated management in 3 fractions, in which packaging material should be part of the producer's responsibility. Organic waste is what our strategy addresses, and hopefully a very small fraction should be taken away by the waste truck that goes to the landfill. The goal by 2040 is to achieve a 66% of the organic waste, municipal waste. And we also have the national strategy for organic waste, the ones that are short-term for 2030, and several other goals that have to do with compost projects in schools, that public institutions should do a differentiated management of organic waste, 500,000 families that may use composters and vermicomposters. We know that it's not a feasible option for all population, but for part of it, to achieve 500 neighborhoods in Quiero Mi Barrio program, developing composting projects, and to value organic waste that are generated, hopefully in situ, and we know that is what's most effective and efficient. How to achieve these goals? Through actions at different scales, by reducing food-based waste. Let's not forget that this is the first link in the chain, that before composting, it is much better if we can redirect this to human or animal consumption, and hopefully to develop a lot of environmental education, so that in kitchens and homes, they reduce the amount of organic waste. There's a lot to be done there, but also to manage organic waste by sorting at household level with in situ management, or sorting in situ, also at community scale, so that there are more districts or neighborhoods with neighborhood composting projects that have these compost facilities, so that there are collection points or reception points that actually help the community as a whole. Mr. Our colleague from Senior Compost, that's the kind of model they have, and that's a model that we believe is quite feasible on many planes, and also in industrial scale. We know that many of these types of waste should reach not only composting facilities, it may be any other type of technology. We're not actually giving priority to any of them, but there should be biological treatment of waste, biological waste. In order to carry out this agenda, we're going into the third circle, which is the Comunas Circulares program. We have established a program that has these 2 main objectives, which is strengthening technical knowledge at national, regional, and municipal context for project execution regarding organic waste sustainable management, and providing advisory to regional governments and municipalities on investment regarding projects that will apply for different lines of public or private funding. So we're making progress in this program. I have 1 more minute. I'm going to present this last part of this chain, which is the organic waste bill. It is a bill that has 3 fundamental things. The title is a little bit longer because it regulates organic waste, but some other things. It has direct regulation elements, which is a mandate for municipalities, so that they can offer differentiated management alternatives to the neighbors. And also the project is agnostic, so to speak. They can all participate. If a municipality doesn't make sense for them to go door to door collecting waste, maybe another municipality can set up collection points or reception points, or maybe other municipalities may set up home-based composting units. But there should be a variety of offers for the neighbors with a certain schedule that in the long term should cover the entire city. And there's also an obligation to manage certain fractions, so part of organic waste coming from the cities, but are not necessarily generated in homes. Waste from restaurants, shopping malls, or during events. And in that case, it's differentiated management obligation, even though the municipal service may not get there, but they will have to hire a private entity, but they should have the obligation of managing this organic waste. And there's a certain schedule to do that. It won't be done overnight. Here, reform needs to be addressed to address many of the issues. That's why only 1/3 is collected, and we have planning instruments and governance instruments, which the mandate is for regional governments and municipalities to plan their waste management structure so that we prevent what happens today, which is that we are reacting. We are fighting fires, basically, and we try to find solutions. We need to change that logic so that territories through their own governments and municipalities are able to plan in the long run. Multiple benefits, more infrastructure, less methane emissions, generation of jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities. And also with that, we are going to be compliant with commitments that were recently acquired in the COPs that Chile signed, the Global Methane Pledge. Chile include its contribution, nationally determined contribution. So this bill and this agenda contribute to the solution of this problem. Let's hope we do well. We've been working on this for quite a while, and hopefully we're able to put it through Congress. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for speaking extremely fast and taking longer than I was expecting. Thank you, Tomas. And that's great that the law addresses this original sin, because there needs to be a connection between those who produce the waste and those who pay for it. The gap is not easy to close, so we'll see the evolution of that. Let's now offer the floor to Carlos Arturo Mora from DANE, Colombia. He's going to delve into an interesting topic, which is the circular economy metrics. Tomorrow, we will also talk about that when we present the GAP report more globally, but it is important to see what DANE does as an institution with recognizable reputation. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. On behalf of the leaders of the National Administrative Department of Statistics, DANE of Colombia, I'd like to greet you all on behalf of our director and our subdirector, deputy director. I have the pleasure of presenting now the circular economy information system in Colombia. We, as responsibles, are to collect statistical information in Colombia. In the last 4 years, we faced the challenge of working on the concepts and milestones of the information system. And the previous year, we presented the circular economy information system. The concepts that we manage have to do with the definition of circular economy as a production system. It is important to mention that among the exercises that we have conducted for this towards this definition, we promote the efficiency of the use of materials the use of energy, the use of water, considering the ecosystemic recovery capacity. And as part of the materials flows cycles and through the use of technology, collaborations among stakeholders and the sustainable development mechanisms. That this as a definition as part of the national circular economy strategy defined in 2019. The national strategy was born as part of the national plan that comes from even earlier, and we could say that we were able to work on the information system in this case. What do we mean by circular economy? In the basic definition we have is in opposition to the linear production system and use of natural resources that have a certain logic, and which is the processing for consumption and to put waste so that nothing comes back into the cycle. And a third aspect in the definition of this economy is the main challenge we face in terms of measurement, and it relates to the availability of statistical information. This availability of statistical information for those of us who work with data, for those who collect data, having information on this matter means significant challenges, conceptually speaking, in terms of statistical standardization, in terms of benchmarking and timeliness. These concepts lead us to having indicators that mainly respond to an analysis that will define the different scales of our work. And that scale of work is looked at 3 different levels. The micro level, which is the one that deals with products, companies, and consumers. The meso level has to do with eco-industrial parks among companies, and the macro level is the one that talks about city, region, nation, and the world. And in that sense, I will mention these are the milestones, but I'm not going to take that time. I will only cover some of them. For example, the first one has to do with the fact that in 1991, the concepts of ecological heritage, Colombia submits a second communication on climate change as part of sustainable consumption policy. We have the COMPES, which are public policy in the country. We have the National Plan of Climate Change Adaptation. And as I said, in 2019, as of the National Development Plan, we developed the National Strategy on Circular Economy that gives us the base or the foundation, the conceptual foundation, the legal foundation, so that we could start jointly develop together with the Sustainable Development and Environmental Ministry of Colombia, everything having to do with formulating the panels, and those panels worked on different areas depending on the type of material that was considered in the National Circular Economy Strategy. Those panels will cover them in a while. In 2020, first, the second report on circular economy. These reports contain information on indicators that come from different sources. Some sources are economic surveys, other sources are satellite accounts related to the environment and sustainable development. Others come from certain trades or types of industries or public entities. In 2021, at the country level, we created our Circular Economy Committee, and it is a Statistical Information Committee. That committee has the advantage that those are individuals that belong to the DANE work groups,
conjunta para producir los
and we work jointly in order to produce the circular economy reports. In 2021, and in 2022, Colombia delivers a 5th and 6th report, and this is because we had the support cooperation with the Avina Foundation that provided the resources so that we could create a data dashboard. We'll have the chance, maybe, time allows for it. And we developed this system, this dashboard that was introduced in October 2022. For 2023, we have the National Development Plan that is about to be approved. We hope it's going to be approved in May. That is Colombia Potencia Mundial de la Vida. And among those transformations, we have one that is called Internationalization, Productive Transformation, and Climate Action. Additionally, in our national accounts system, we are working on the design and startup very quickly, very soon, of the satellite account on circular economy. What's peculiar about it is that if we produce circular economy reports, we're working on the collection of information and measurement of that first exercise of satellite accounts that are important for the different sectors of the economy and the circular economy. This is not. What was that information system? This is the set of elements that interact to disseminate statistical information related to circular economy. And the purpose is to facilitate a decision-making process in terms of public policy. The overall objective is to integrate all statistical information related to circular economy. However, it must have certain quality criteria attached. Those quality criteria go through a review and a validation that definitely so that it can be used as public policy. Among the specific purposes, we have the consolidation of statistical information in terms of circular economy, having and providing periodic access to information, and that access to such information is being provided biannually by publishing the report. We publish a report every semester, contributing to building knowledge regarding circular economy in the country. We believe that information facilitates what has been said here today, which is the importance of having that statistical culture and that culture that will allow us, based on information, to provide training to civil society about the importance of circular economy. These are
que realmente son el resultado de lo que se trabajó en la Estrategia Nacional de Economía Circular para la elaboración de los reportes. Hasta el año 2022 estuvimos trabajando la submesa de envases y empaques, la de materiales de construcción, la de flujos de energía, la de flujos del agua, la de biomasa y materiales industriales. Estas 6 submesas tienen una particularidad y es que identificamos la información en las entidades, miramos los indicadores que se pueden producir con esa información y a partir de esa información pasa los niveles de calidad para que puedan ser incluidos dentro de el sistema de información. Aquí hay unos criterios que ya los mencioné. Lo importante es que las entidades hagan parte del Sistema Estadístico Nacional. El DANE como rector y entidad responsable de la información también hace parte del sistema.
Part of the National Statistical System, and the criteria must be met, the ones that are actually established by DANE. The information needs to be certified so that it can be published. What happens in the 6 reports that we have published? You can see this here in the first report that was on August 5th, 2020, 44 indicators. The second report, 23 indicators. The third report were 24 indicators. On the fourth, 33 indicators. The fifth were 16, and the sixth, which was December 22, has 43 indicators. So you see here that depending on the report, that changes the number of indicators. Why? Because we rely on the available information that can be provided by the entities that actually have that information. Now, the reports are classified into 4 components, and these 4 components were discussed internally at DANE and also with the ministry, which we talked about demand for environmental assets and ecosystemic services, 14 indicators, conservation and loss of value of productive systems materials, 12 indicators, pressure on ecosystems by waste disposal, 12 indicators, and factors that facilitate a circular economy, 5 indicators. What indicators do we have? Well, I will mention this, some of them. For example, in terms of pressure for the demand of ecosystemic services and goods, water for economic activity, per capita energy consumption, and B, conservation or loss of value of materials, water saving projects and initiatives, recycling rates and reutilization rates. There's one that is very important here for us, which is that I forgot to mention that among the sources, we also have information coming from households that come from the quality of life service, and those households, for example, the percentage of households that actually sort their waste, depending on the municipality. We also have, depending or among the components of pressure on ecosystems by waste disposal, for example, flows into the environment of solid waste, wastewater that are treated safely, and factors that facilitate the economy that are very important, for example, percentage of green jobs regarding environmental jobs, and percentage participation of environmental taxes compared to the total amount of non-environmentally related taxes. This is the structure, but I will try. And can we, I don't know how to click on this, on the link. Can you please help me?
So this is the DANE's website, and we are about to turn 70 years old. And on this page, we have the information system, and there, horizontally, as you can see there, we have information on circular economy, everything else also that has to do with the information system, the reports of the different panels, and the report on circular economy. If we could please click on the circular economy reports, where it says reports. Thank you. So, for example, here we have the history. This is the list of reports. We can maybe go to the diagrams. On the Sankey diagrams, we can see the first one, please. If you click on it there, right? Thank you so much. So take a look at this, the way that the information is presented to the audience. These are Sankey diagrams, and what you see is the supply and utilization graph here in the solid waste flow and residual waste. On the left-hand side, we can see supply, and on the right-hand side, use. I cannot see the figure as well, but this is the way that each of the different Sankey diagrams are deployed, which allow to see in detail how each of these are put together. So in this first one that has to do with the flows of waste materials and residual products, initially we have, well, units. This is in tons. Then we have the growth rate. That went too fast. But just to show you that this is one of the ways that we have made the information of the different material flows available. And I think I've gone over 1 minute. So thank you. Well, you now have to tell us what the net of circularity is, what the percentage of circularity you get. You'll do that at the end. And then the other is how you make this account with the other. How do you make that compatible? Let's go to the last presentation, and then you've got a couple of questions ready. So we have one last presentation. This one is from Uruguay, which is going to be virtual. Laura Lacahue, who is the coordinator of the Environment Unit and Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining in Uruguay. They are moving on a circular economy strategy. And I want to say Ministry of Industry, because in the previous presentations, we've talked about a different format, what we have to do with what arrives. But in the circular economy, how can we make sure that nothing gets there? So that's part of the formats of the products, of the design, so that we can minimize the amount of waste. So let us take a look at the road that they're going to start undertaking in Uruguay. Laura, you were there? There you are. Can you hear us well, Laura? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can. Let me try and share the presentation mode. 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes. Okay, so can you see my screen? Yes, we can. Okay, so now I have lots of coincidences, especially with our neighbors in Latin America, in terms of the issues, the problems that they have presented. I do not have a presentation here that responds to the didactic approach, but what I really wanted to do was simply to give you information for any of you who would like to look into more details on the topic that I'm going to be sharing with you. So to begin this presentation, I just wanted to talk about the evolution in the country of everything related to green economy and circular economy, because I cannot overlook at the beginning of the process in our country, which has the same problems in terms of regulation as was presented at the beginning of the event, when one of the presentations talked about one of these critical aspects, which is precisely the legislation and the regulation. But it is nonetheless important to say that in Uruguay, we do have policies aligned both on the economic and the environmental side. The technicians there have tried to have NDCs, a long-term national climate strategy, and other policies on energy transition that are somehow interlocked. So you most probably heard about the launching of the Green Bond, which the Ministry of Economics is obviously in charge of, but that is fully aligned with the NDCs and the compliance in Uruguay. In Uruguay, we have had an opening towards managing and executing projects that really drive the transition towards a green and circular economy, in trying to set up a sustainable development model that dates back quite a bit. In fact, since the year 2000, we started this process with a cleaner production process There's a university that actually has a center, but the information will be made available for you to take a look at later on. We have an energy policy since 2010. It has become a state policy, and what it provides is precisely the opportunity to have renewable energies that produce a high percentage of electricity based on these kind of renewable sources. It has been highlighted in Latin America, which allows us to address the green hydrogen challenge. In 2013, we had a project on a cooperation with Germany. They funded it, and it's the promotion of low carbon development in the framework of a transition towards a clean economy, which was creating interinstitutional group at the national and subnational levels that planted the seed for this concern on developing knowledge of these concepts and paradigms. In 2014, there is a project called BioValor with the Organization of the United Nations for the Industrial Development, or NUDI. And I just wanted to say that it precisely drove the transformation of waste from agricultural and livestock activities in populated centers on energy and byproduct. But the big value was simply to add to the discussion in the public and private sector of this whole paradigm of circular economy. And in fact, it organized the first forum of circular economy in Latin America. So as of this cooperation with Germany, with GIZ, the initiative came up of presenting Uruguay before the United Nations with the initiative called the Partnership for an Action Towards a Green and Inclusive Economy. PAGE is the acronym, and it basically gave cooperation funds and allowed for the development of a whole set of local actions that allowed us to go deeper into the possibility of moving forward towards this transformation. And adding these to some of the energy transition initiatives and also the democratization of access to electrical power, almost 100% of our citizens have access. There were about 2,000 inhabitants that were missing, and now they have been covered. And access to internet and the ICTs, all of this provide important conditions in order to consolidate this successful transformation towards a circular economy model. So the country, with these elements, and also with the institutional mesh that is quite solid, you can then see that we have change of governments or administrations that do not substantially change the structural policy. And all of these then allows to leverage the impacts towards the transitions to green and circular economy. This is being consolidated then, as I was saying, in this transformation, or I can call it this pathway towards the second phase of the energy transformation in our country. I apologize, I went one slide back. So now I just want to briefly tell you about some of the last projects, or some of the latest projects, really. I'm talking about the last 2 or 3 years, because if not, it would be too boring for me to talk to you about everything that the country has developed in terms of circular economy. One of the projects has to do with the design of a roadmap for the integration of public policies in the sustainable development of the Uruguayan marine area. I've heard the concerns on these aspects, and Uruguay also has these concerns. And the United Nations is also concerned with this. So the creation, and I apologize because I do not see the slides, and I really don't want to make a mistake. So the Circular Economy Lab, this is an interinstitutional space where there are public and private sector organizations that have created a first project which worked with the SMEs and with the addressing the problems that these SMEs have, but also creating opportunities for the creation of processes that fall within the framework of the circular economy. Last year, it ended up with the second project. The first one was LAPEC 1, and this is LAPEC 2, more for the food sector with the Ministry of the Environment also included. So also the creation of the Circular Uruguay Award, it's one of the projects since 2019. This is the 4th edition, and now the Ministry of Industry is proposing it as part of the budget so that it becomes a government policy. This award that has promoted the recognition of initiatives at many different levels, both at the business level, all different scales, all the way to the communities and educational institutions. We've had some very good surprises and very motivating experiences that are disseminated through these initiatives. Sometimes these participants describe different stages in the process. Also, the strengthening of the subnational government network in green economy and circular economy is one of the projects that I want to delve a little bit deeper into, because it's a policy of the current and previous administration, trying to make sure that in the subnational territories where the most vulnerable population is in every single sense, that we can get there, not only with a concept, but also with the opportunities. So we talk here about the problem of the final disposal, which are disseminated through the national territory, also composting as one of the ways of removing a high percentage of waste, of the waste that is to be placed in some final disposal, that is then taking advantage of some of these waste that could be raw materials in certain areas in the national territory, which will allow us to decrease the transportation of these waste products, and that allows us then to also reduce the greenhouse gas effect. Since we don't have a transportation which is 100% sustainable, so this work is then extremely important in the subnational governments. The creation of a research and innovation fund in circular economy is one of the actions that was promoted as part of this project. Especially the last one that I mentioned has the support of the PAGE program, and we also supported the National Plan for Waste Management by the Ministry of the Environment, and it is called Uruguay Plus Circular, and it is led by the public sector, but is implemented in the private sector. We've also worked on the green chemistry by working with pine trees, for example. We've put together also a project on habitat and wood. That means basically developing construction that is based on wood, because we have an important wood and timber sector, and it's an interesting opportunity to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Also, we promote the recovery of used oil for the production of biodiesel, and we put together also a guide for the management of food waste. And also another important area, because the ones that I've talked about have to do more with planning and certain sectors, but one big area in which we act, and probably one of the most important that has been developed, has to do with strengthening capabilities. It is important for people to be well informed, to know what we are talking about when we refer to circular economy. Because if not, what can happen is that it's simply assumed as a style, as a lifestyle. But it is important to understand what the concept implies. So in different sectors, both public sector, private sector, different age groups, different gender groups, activities have been carried out. For example, in the agroecological area, in the ecotourism area, with different entrepreneurs and business people, we've had different tours, different training courses, showing experiences where circular economy is present. Also, the training approach in the public sector, because it's not only for the sub-national level, as I said at the beginning, strengthening their institutional capabilities and also providing a technical support in order to have the implementation of different initiatives. We even work with a technological university here in Uruguay. We've also provided support for a circular economy and green economy course with the National Management School, in order to strengthen capabilities, in order to have a better leadership skills, and to create opportunities for personal and institutional improvement. Because these public officials, if they understand well the concept and the paradigm, they're going to become important partners. We also, and this is just a very quick look at this snapshot, we also work with women in the sector, making sure that they understand what it means to be a part of the circular economy and the kind of activities that they can develop in the rural environment. We've also worked with young people, with some private companies also, that are not part of this presentation. So this is, I know that almost the end of this event, and I know that you're all tired, but the challenges that we are facing focus on two important goals. One is the Latin American countries and the design of a national strategy on circular economy. And also, we are at that stage implementing that too. We are undertaking that road, trying to create dialogues, exchange of knowledge and with important stakeholders that are part of the production processes, control process. We're also working with the Ministry of Fishery, Livestock and Agriculture, the Ministry of the Environment. We are creating a discussion, an open dialogue, and we've been able to get some responses on interest too from the private sector, thus strengthening the partnerships. And then the other big challenge that we have, given the opportunity that we have with an agreement with a cellulose plant in Uruguay, we allowed us to create a sectorial fund that provides us with resources for several projects and actions. One of them is precisely for the production of knowledge and the use of biological resources for the meat, dairy and wood sectors in order to promote research, development and innovation in order to take advantage of the products, the waste, the chemical and physical transformation of the wood, but also other elements in the primary and industrial sector, both in the meat sector and the dairy sector. And the general objective is what you can see here, production that is based on knowledge and the use of biological resources, promoting scientific progress and advance by taking advantage of productive processes and technology and the recirculations of materials and energy, strengthening the transfer of knowledge and the collaboration with the civil society that are part of the core of the innovation system, and the development of bioeconomy and circular economy for applications of biomass, establishing the promotion of bioproducts and disseminating environmental benefits of a circular and bioeconomy are all part of the strategies of this center. And we hope that all of these projects will allow us by the end of the year to have launched them and to have actually concluded them. This is in very general terms what I want to share with you in order not to go on such a busy day. We have a lot of information, a lot of data, and also a lot of contacts in order to have access to more information in the future. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you so much for having invited me to participate. Thank you, Laura. We do know that we still have a long way to go in order to put together the Uruguayan strategy by integrating all of these activities that you've already implemented. But the interesting thing here is how the productive system in the country is also impacted by the actions that the different countries implement also of circular economy. So we have time for maybe a couple of questions for the members of the panel. I have already asked a couple, so if any of the members of the panel want to start answering that, you may go ahead and do so. Yes, for Colombia and Argentina, my questions. You talked about, Analia, you talked about the green seal and the catalog. And then DANE, you talked about also the products and the scale, the parks, cities and territories. So the question is, if an institution that is cooperating is going to invest, and in Latin America, you know that this investment also implies this, I'm talking about the housing, that you have incorporated this circular economy based on materials. So in the two instruments that you have talked about, could cooperation or whoever's going to design, could they find enough information in order to see the products and the catalogs that might tell a designer the alternatives, the countries that, or if an investor wants to introduce a technology that includes this green seal, they also must know who they are competing against. Is that information available? In the case of the green seal, for us, it is not yet linked to the tax incentives. It's only recognition and also the support to those who certify the correct management of their wastes. Now, we have researched this, but I don't know if that's where your question is. If that green seal has tax benefits, it's only just a recognition, and the catalog of entrepreneurs is available. It's published. I can share it with you. I'm not too sure if this is where your question was going. It wasn't very clear. So maybe you can give me a little more information. But in these two cases, it's basically just the information that is available. And in fact, for the green seal is certifying in each of the certifying through cultural change.
Bien, en el caso de Colombia.
In the case of Colombia, given your question, that it's just the additional information that for the different economic activities and the different sectors that we have. Within this information, you're going to find information that is that has aggregate information on water consumption, for example. So we do have that information as an indicator, but only at an aggregate level. And we get that from the administration records and also from surveys to companies. But that information is available, sure. Is that what you were looking for in your question? Yes, sure. Well, thank you then for your presentations. Carlos from the DANE, since you manage data and indicators, the question is, the system in DANE, is it being fed with information from the ISO circular economy, the 59,000 standard family? And the indicators that would come from that certification, will they be a part of the matrix of indicators? Well, one of the sources is precisely the environmental industrial survey that will most likely collect the information related to the ISO 59000 that you've just mentioned. This industrial and environmental survey is permanently implemented, and we also have the information related to the census of buildings that probably collects information that is relevant. So thank you for the question. We are, and you know this, it's a system that is relatively new, but I can say that it's one of those pioneers that is a pioneer within the region, trying to have access at this level of detail with those indicators. So we will probably have a satellite account on circular economy, strengthening the system. If there are no further questions, I do have one for Tomás. In those economic instruments that you're going to be launching, do we have there a correlation or the association of the waste and who creates them? Because that's going to have an impact on the collection and payment, because I understand that the Ministry of Environment doesn't have a competition there. So I want to understand that a little bit better. We are solving part of the problem. Currently, there are different issues. One is that there's an important part of the population that is exempt, but also with the charging mechanism for the CO2 rate fare. So there's a number of the population that is exempt, but those that are not exempt, they are charged with two different approaches. Part of the houses, because this is per household, that not only do they have to pay that, but also they have to pay the property tax. And that is a tax that is collected by the National Treasury. And then for that element of the household, which is about 23%, municipalities have agreements with Treasury, and the Treasury collects the right of sanitation together with the property tax. And the collection is actually quite high. But then there's 45%, and this is just a 1 year snapshot. We can break it down later on, but about 45% that has to pay the sanitation, but not the property tax. And there, it is the municipality that collects the amount. And the municipalities have very poor collection level. And that's precisely where the problem lies, because what often happens is that there's a huge political cost of being a mayor in a municipality saying, you know, we're going to be very strict with regards to these, and politically that doesn't work for the mayors. So there's no big incentive for that to actually work. And also there are legitimate doubts, you know, because it's very difficult to collect that, and municipalities are not experts in charging. So there's also a big question, you know, if I pay a company to actually do the collection, am I actually going to collect more than what the company is going to charge me for those services? So what we're doing is we're actually removing the responsibility and making sure that it is a Treasury department that does the collection. And since it's an important part of the problem, we expect that with that, we will address the issue.
The other mechanism that were included is the obligation of over generators of waste. And the current law in Chile allows the municipality that over generators of waste and more than 60 liters a day of waste, the biggest one, and restaurants, and the municipalities can charge a special rate for over generating the wastes, but this is not done. I mean, in general, what we're proposing is the mandate, so the municipalities have the obligation to do that, and the ones who are over using waste, they should have an extra charge. we hope that this is going to be an incentive as well to reduce the amount of waste generated. These are the two mechanisms that we are proposing, and there are other ideas that we're exploring, but this is not so clear that will succeed. But this is what we're proposing but now. I've got a couple of questions in relation to what has been said. The first one has to do with information, the quality of information in terms of the amount of waste and garbage generated in Chile. And that's why the question is also for Carlos. The thing is that in Chile, as it was said, we have some amount of landfills, and that means that and dam sites at the same time, but there's no way to measure this that is accurate. So the landfills, we can think that we can measure and weight the garbage in approximate terms, but 40% of the garbage, we don't know about the exact amount. So we are managing figures with a high margin of error, and this is common probably throughout Latin America. I don't think that is exclusive for Chile. So I'm rather scared when we provide a kind of accurate figures, because we don't have basis to say that. The second thing is in line with what Thomas said, the tariff in Chile has been very complex, because many years ago we were being charged in this way through the contributions, but what is charged through the contributions, we are charging, I mean, that the one specific house pay exactly the same, no matter if they are if they have 10 individuals living in that house or 2 individuals. So it's not logic. That's it's not related to the number of individuals living in a house. It's not the party polluting. It's the party that pays. This is not applied. And so the discussion in terms of incentive and to reduce the generation of waste, I mean, without that principle, it's going to be very difficult to resolve this problem. And here my question, Chile, and Tomas probably will agree with me, this is an old problem, and we haven't been able to resolve this, because in the end, what we're doing is that the municipality is paying the private companies for, I mean, with resources from the state, is paying the private company in terms of the residues that are taken for disposal. And so, I mean, for the municipalities, then it's exactly the same, the amount of waste generated. So there's no way to control that. I think that that's an important point. I don't know how this is done in other countries. I don't know if in Argentina they're charging for the polluting party pays, or in the case of other countries that we have seen here. I know that there are many other ways this in itself deserves a lengthy discussion, but I don't know what happens in the rest of Latin America. And probably there we can do something in this regard. Argentina, Colombia, Chile, 1 minute and to close. And Uruguay, I don't know if you're there, Analia. And we're going to start with Analia. Yes, it's a very relevant point. I think that this is one of the main challenges that we have in Buenos Aires. In fact, we receive always from demolitions, as I said before, and we're still thinking of, I mean, what can we do if we charge for that? That has a lot of, I mean, a great political weight in the case of organic waste. And now we're implementing that the generators has to pay for transportation of this waste and the humids. And today in Buenos Aires we have everything, so we have a great opportunities for efficiency in all what has to do with this principle. In our case, we, gather information, the quality of life survey. We ask many things, and one of them is the way they classify garbage. And the other question has to do with the way to eliminate waste and from households, if they are taken by the trucks or they are left in the dump site or whatever. We do not talk about amounts, but the way this waste is disposed, the challenge that we have. And I talked to with Mr. I forgot the name, with Alvaro. I was talking to Alvaro about this because in terms of circular economy, there is an open discussion in what has to do with the waste of food at home, and this is related to circular economy. So we don't talk about totals, we don't talk about quantities, but ways how these wastes are disposed. I don't know if Laura is connected, but anyway, we could continue with the discussion for today. And also I would like to thank the interpreters for the rich discussions. And then I would like you to take this message with you. Going to the original sin, as no one is paying for pollution. So we're going to be waiting for you. You've got the agenda with you. I think that we're going to start 9:30. And we're going to make a wrap up of what we have discussed today. See you tomorrow.